Welcome to What If Sleep Storian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe help me make more nightbound stories. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The fog came to Westminster Abbey the way it always did in the autumn of 1890-something. Patient, inevitable, curling through the ancient cloisters like a cat that knew it owned the place. It wrapped itself around the Gothic spires, softened the sharp edges of flying buttresses, and settled into the courtyard with the satisfied sigh of something returning home. The stones, old beyond memory, seemed to welcome it, their grey faces disappearing into the mist as if they too wished to rest, to blur at the edges, to become something softer than history demanded. Inside the abbey, the air held a different quality entirely. It was cool, yes, but not cold, the kind of temperature that made you aware of your breath without chilling you. The scent of aged stone mingled with something sweeter, fainter. The ghost of incense from 1,000 services, the particular mustiness of very old books kept in very old places, and beneath it all the faint metallic tang of London's coal smoke that found its way even here, even into this sanctuary where kings have been crowned and poets laid to rest. The night watchman, a man named Albert Finch, who had held his position for nearly 2 decades, moved through the nave with the unhurried gait of someone who knew every uneven flagstone by heart. His lantern swung gently at his side, casting long shadows that danced across the soaring columns and seemed to climb toward the vaulted ceiling far above. The light caught on brass plaques and marble effigies, making them glow for just a moment before releasing them back to darkness. Finch rather liked these hours, if he was honest with himself. The abbey during the day was all echoing footsteps and whispered reverence, tourists craning their necks and clergy moving about with that particular briskness that holy men seem to cultivate. But at night, at night the place belonged to itself. The dead slept peacefully, the living went about their business elsewhere, and Finch could conduct his rounds in companionable silence for centuries. He paused at the entrance to Poets' Corner, his lantern illuminating the worn steps that led down into that particular section where England's greatest wordsmiths had been granted their final audience. Chaucer was down there somewhere, and Spenser, and Dryden. Finch couldn't claim to have read much of their work. He was a practical man, more comfortable with a solid wall and a locked door than with metaphors, but he respected the weight of what they'd left behind. Words, he'd come to understand, could be monuments just as surely as stone. Tonight, however, something felt off. It was nothing he could name at first, just a prickling at the back of his neck, the kind of sensation that made him pause mid-step and tilt his head, listening. The abbey had its sounds, of course, the settling of ancient timbers, the whisper of wind through cracks no mason had ever quite sealed, the distant drip of water from some perpetually damp corner. But this was different. This was an absence where there should have been presence, or perhaps a presence where there should have been absence. Finch raised his lantern higher and peered into the gloom beyond Poets' Corner, toward the section where the older crypts lay. The families of note, the statesmen, the architects of empire, they rested there, behind locked iron gates and beneath stones that proclaimed their virtues in Latin that Finch couldn't read but found impressive nonetheless. There. Movement. Or rather, the memory of movement, like catching sight of something from the corner of your eye that vanished the moment you turned to look at it properly. He moved forward, his footsteps careful, his breathing a bit shallower than he'd like to admit. The lantern light pushed back the darkness reluctantly, revealing the familiar gate that separated the older crypts from the main floor. It was locked, of course. He checked it every night, and had done so for years. The iron was cold under his palm, and when he tested it, the gate remained firmly shut. But the lock. Finch brought the lantern closer, squinting at the heavy brass mechanism that secured the gate. It looked perfectly normal, no scratches, no damage, no sign that anyone had tampered with it. The keyhole was clean, the bolt engaged properly, and yet he couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Setting the lantern on the floor, Finch fumbled for his ring of keys, a heavy collection that jingled softly in the vast silence of the abbey. He found the right one by touch more than sight. His fingers knew these keys the way a pianist's fingers knew their scales. The lock opened smoothly, as it always did, and he pushed the gate inward with a creak that echoed up into the darkness above. Beyond the gate, stone steps led down into the crypt itself. Finch had been down there perhaps a dozen times in his 20 years, usually to accompany the dean or some visiting dignitary who wanted to pay respects to this ancestor or that. It wasn't a place he visited alone, as a rule. The dead deserved their privacy, and Finch was content to give it to them, but tonight something drew him forward. The steps were worn smooth by centuries of feet, dipped in the middle where countless mourners had descended. Finch took them slowly, his lantern held before him like a talisman. The air grew cooler as he descended and damper. The walls here were older than the abbey itself in some places, remnants of earlier structures that had stood on this ground when England was young and London was barely more than a muddy settlement on the Thames. At the bottom of the steps, the crypt opened into a low-ceilinged chamber. Tombs lined the walls, some elaborate with carved effigies lying atop them, others simple stone boxes with brass plaques. The light from Finch's lantern played across marble faces frozen in eternal prayer, across hands folded peacefully over silent chests, and there, in the far corner, he saw it. The tomb of Sir Edmund Blackwood, diplomat and servant to the Crown, lay slightly displaced. It wasn't obvious. Indeed, anyone less familiar with this space might not have noticed at all. But Finch had stood in this crypt during Sir Edmund's interment some 15 years prior, had helped coordinate the ceiling of the tomb, had watched as the heavy stone lid was lowered into place, with the careful precision that such things demanded. That lid, which should have rested flush against the tomb's base, sat perhaps an inch higher on one side. Not much, barely anything really. But in a place like this, where every stone had been positioned with deliberate care and left undisturbed for decades, an inch might as well have been a mile. Finch approached slowly, his heart beating faster now. He set the lantern on a nearby tomb, careful, respectful, even in his growing alarm, and reached out to touch the displaced lid. It was cold, as stone always was. But there was something else, a faint residue on his fingertips when he pulled them away. He brought his hand closer to the lantern light and saw a slight greasiness on his skin. Wax, perhaps, or oil. The tomb's lock, for even here, even in death, the important men of England secured their rest, sat undisturbed in its housing. Finch examined it closely, his nose nearly touching the brass. No scratches, no damage, no sign that anyone had forced it open, and yet the tomb had been opened. Of that he was now certain. But how? And more pressingly, why? Sir Edmund Blackwood had been buried with all the ceremony befitting a man who had served 3 monarchs and negotiated treaties across half of Europe. Finch remembered the funeral, a grey day, appropriately solemn, with representatives from foreign governments standing in respectful silence as the diplomat was laid to rest. There had been no great fortune to bury with him, no jewels or treasures, just a man, a coffin, and the weight of a life spent in service to powers greater than himself. What could anyone possibly want from a tomb 15 years sealed? Finch stood there in the flickering lantern light, surrounded by the silent dead, and felt the first stirrings of something he hadn't experienced in all his years of watching over this place, genuine unease. Not fear, exactly. The abbey had never frightened him, but this was wrong in a way that went beyond mere trespass. This was a violation of something sacred, something that should have remained inviolate. He needed to report this. The dean would have to be informed, and the dean would no doubt contact the authorities. But even as Finch's practical mind began working through the proper procedures, another part of him, the part that had spent 20 years in the company of England's illustrious dead, felt a deeper concern. Westminster Abbey was more than a church, more than a monument. It was a repository of the nation's memory, a physical manifestation of England's story written in stone and bone and the accumulated dust of centuries. Every tomb here represented not just a life, but a thread in the vast tapestry of history. To disturb one was to pluck at that tapestry, to risk unravelling something precious. And if someone had violated Sir Edmund's rest, had managed to open a sealed tomb without breaking its lock, what else might they have disturbed? What other threads had been pulled? Finch retrieved his lantern and made his way back up the stone steps, his mind already composing the report he would have to file. The gate creaked shut behind him, and he locked it carefully, testing it twice to ensure it was secure. The abbey stretched out around him, vast and dark and patient, holding its secrets as it always had. But now, Finch thought, at least one of those secrets had been disturbed. As he made his way back through the nave toward the watchman's room where he would write his report, the fog outside pressed against the stained glass windows, turning them into dark, indistinct shapes. The morning would bring clarity, he told himself. The morning would bring answers. What he couldn't know, couldn't possibly guess as he settled at his small desk and began to write, was that his discovery would soon draw the attention of two men who made it their business to solve impossible puzzles. One, a doctor with a loyal heart and a steady hand. The other, a detective whose mind worked in ways that seemed almost inhuman in their precision. The game, as one of them might say, was about to begin. But that would come with the morning. For now, in the deep hours before dawn, Westminster Abbey settled back into its accustomed silence. The fog thickened, the stones remembered, and somewhere in the vast machinery of London's night, other minds were already moving, already planning, already 3 steps ahead of everyone else. The dead at least kept their counsel. Sir Edmund Blackwood's tomb sat in its crypt, its lock unbroken, its secret momentarily revealed but not yet understood. Whatever had been taken, or perhaps left, in that brief violation remained a mystery. But mysteries in London in the 1890s had a way of finding their way to Baker Street. And in Baker Street, a mind unlike any other waited, always hungry for the next impossible problem, the next locked room, the next question that everyone else had declared unanswerable. The morning would come soon enough. The fog would lift as it always did, and the great machinery of investigation would begin to turn, slowly at first, then with gathering momentum, until all the pieces fell into place, and the impossible became merely improbable, and the improbable became simply solved. But that was for tomorrow. Tonight, Albert Finch finished his report, sealed it carefully, and prepared to hand it over when the Dean arrived at dawn. Tonight, the Abbey kept its vigil over the living and the dead alike, and tonight, somewhere in the city's labyrinth of streets and secrets, someone slept soundly, believing they had committed the perfect crime. They were, of course, mistaken. They almost always were. The morning came to London the way it always did in autumn, reluctantly, as if the sun itself had to be coaxed from beneath its blankets of cloud and fog. Baker Street woke to the sound of milk carts and the distant cry of newspaper boys, their voices carrying through the grey air with headlines that would be forgotten by evening. Inside 221B, however, the morning found Sherlock Holmes already awake, already dressed, and already insufferably bored. Dr. John Watson, who had arrived at his friend's lodgings for breakfast, watched with mild concern as Holmes paced before the window like a caged panther. The detective had been in one of his moods for nearly a week now, that restless, dangerous energy that came when London failed to provide him with adequate mental stimulation. Mrs. Hudson had mentioned in her gentle way that perhaps the doctor might want to visit more frequently during these spells. The problem with peace, Holmes announced to the window, or perhaps to London beyond it, is that it's terribly tedious. Watson buttered his toast with the careful attention of a man who had learned when not to engage. The morning paper lay beside his plate, full of the usual matters: parliamentary debates, society gossip, the price of coal. Nothing, apparently, that would interest a consulting detective. Crime, Holmes continued, turning from the window with sudden energy, is the only colour in an otherwise grey world, Watson. Without it, we are reduced to this, He gestured broadly at the comfortable sitting room, the breakfast table, the very essence of domestic tranquility. This suffocating normalcy. Some of us quite like normalcy, Watson observed mildly, reaching for the marmalade. Holmes opened his mouth to respond, no doubt with something cutting about the limitations of conventional minds, when the sound of hurried footsteps on the stairs interrupted him. Both men turned toward the door as Mrs. Hudson appeared, slightly flustered, with a young man in tow. The visitor was perhaps 25, with the particular pallor of someone who spent their nights awake and their days catching sleep where they could. His uniform marked him as a police constable, though the mud on his boots and the circles under his eyes suggested a long and difficult shift. "Begging your pardon, Mr. Holmes," Mrs. Hudson said, "but this young man says it's urgent." Holmes's eyes brightened immediately, and Watson recognised the transformation in the boredom falling away like a discarded coat, replaced by that keen, focused intensity that made his friend seem suddenly more alive than anyone Watson had ever known. Constable Holmes prompted. "Henley, sir. Constable David Henley. Inspector Lestrade sent me. He says there's been he wasn't quite sure what to call it, sir. Disturbance at Westminster Abbey." "A disturbance?" Holmes's voice carried a note of interest. "Pray be more specific, Constable. Westminster Abbey has stood for centuries. It takes rather a lot to disturb it." The young constable shifted his weight, clearly uncomfortable. "It's a tomb, sir. It was opened, but the lock wasn't forced. The watchman found it during his rounds last night. Inspector says it's impossible, and when things are impossible, he generally send it to me." "Yes, quite right." Holmes was already moving, plucking his coat from its hook with one fluid motion. "Watson, I trust you'll accompany me. Your observations, while occasionally prosaic, are nevertheless useful." Watson had already set down his toast. Wouldn't miss it. The cab ride to Westminster Abbey took them through streets that were beginning to stir with the day's business. Shopkeepers rolled up their shutters, revealing windows full of goods that would soon be examined, purchased, and carried away into London's vast digestive system of commerce. The fog had thinned but not entirely lifted, giving everything a soft, almost dreamlike quality. Holmes sat in silence during the journey, his fingers steepled beneath his chin, his eyes half closed in thought. Watson knew better than to interrupt these moments of concentration. His friend was already building theories, constructing and discarding possibilities at a rate that would exhaust ordinary minds. Westminster Abbey rose before them like a stone prayer, its Gothic spires reaching toward a sky that seemed determined to remain grey. The building had the particular gravity that came with age and significance. It wasn't merely old, it was important in a way that transcended its physical presence. Kings had been crowned here, great men buried. History itself had been written in these stones. Inspector Lestrade met them at the entrance. A compact man with sharp eyes and the weary expression of someone who had spent the night dealing with impossibilities. He and Holmes had a complicated relationship, mutual respect, tempered by frequent exasperation on both sides. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, thank you for coming." Lestrade's tone suggested he was genuinely relieved. "I've got something that doesn't make a lick of sense, and you know how I feel about things that don't make sense. You arrest them and hope the magistrate sorts it out," Holmes suggested with a slight smile. "I prefer cases where the evidence points to a suspect, not to the laws of physics being broken," Lestrade replied. "Come on, I'll show you." They followed him through the Abbey's great doors into the nave. The interior was everything Watson had remembered from previous visits, magnified by the early morning light filtering through stained glass. The air held that particular quality of old churches, cool, still, heavy with the accumulated weight of prayers and silences. Their footsteps echoed against stone that had absorbed centuries of footsteps before them. A small group had gathered near the entrance to the older crypts. The Dean of Westminster, a distinguished man in his 60s with silver hair and the bearing of someone accustomed to authority, a younger man whom Watson took to be the verger, and the night watchman, Albert Finch, who looked as though he hadn't slept. Holmes's eyes swept over the scene with the rapid, comprehensive glance that Watson had learned to recognise. He was cataloguing everything. The positions of the people, the quality of the light, the way the Dean's hands clasped and unclasped, the mud on the verger's shoes, the particular kind of exhaustion in Finch's posture. "Gentlemen," the Dean said, his voice carrying the measured tones of someone who had conducted thousands of services, "I'm afraid we find ourselves in rather unprecedented circumstances." "All circumstances are unprecedented until they happen," Holmes replied, already moving past the group toward the iron gate that led to the crypts. "The question is whether they're also impossible. Inspector Lestrade, I'll need the watchman's account, every detail, no matter how trivial it seems. Watson, your notebook, if you please." What followed was vintage Holmes, a cascade of questions delivered with the precision of a surgeon making incisions. Finch, to his credit, answered clearly despite his fatigue, describing his rounds, the moment he noticed something amiss, his examination of the tomb. "You mentioned a residue," Holmes said, his attention sharpening. "Describe it precisely. Greasy, sir, like oil, or perhaps wax?" "On the stone lid, just where you'd touch it to push it aside." Holmes nodded, as if this confirmed something. "And the lock showed no signs of tampering when you first examined it?" "None that I could see, Mr. Holmes, but then I'm not a locksmith." "No, but you've been examining that lock twice daily for 20 years. Your eye would notice any change." Holmes turned to Lestrade. "I'll need access to the crypt. Alone, preferably, or with just Watson. Crowds contaminate crime scenes." The Dean looked as though he might object to having Westminster Abbey referred to as a crime scene, but Lestrade intervened smoothly. "Whatever you need, Mr. Holmes. The sooner we understand what happened here, the better." The descent into the crypt was a journey backward through time. Each step took them deeper into history, into stone that predated the current abbey, into foundations laid when England was a different country entirely. Holmes moved with careful deliberation, his eyes scanning every surface, every shadow. Watson followed with his notebook ready, though he suspected most of what Holmes observed would remain locked in that remarkable mind, until the proper moment for revelation arrived. The crypt itself was exactly as Finch had described, low-ceilinged, lined with tombs, heavy with the particular silence of enclosed spaces underground. The air was cool and damp, carrying the mineral scent of old stone and earth. Watson's medical training had made him comfortable around death, but there was something uniquely solemn about being surrounded by the remains of men who had shaped nations. Sir Edmund Blackwood's tomb sat in the far corner, and even from a distance, Watson could see what Finch had noticed. The lid sat slightly askew, barely perceptible but undeniable once you knew to look for it. Holmes approached it with the concentration of a chess master, examining a particularly complex endgame. He produced a magnifying glass from his coat pocket and began a minute examination of the lock, the hinges, the stone itself. Minutes passed in silence, broken only by the occasional soft exclamation, "Ah," or "interesting," or once simply, "Yes." "Watson," Holmes said without looking up, "what do you know of Sir Edmund Blackwood?" Watson searched his memory. Diplomat, wasn't he? Served under Palmerston, I believe. Negotiated several important treaties. Died 15 years ago. 17 years, 3 months, and 12 days ago, Holmes corrected. Heart failure, officially, though there were whispers of something more complicated. He had spent considerable time in the Ottoman Empire and the Balkans, a man who dealt in secrets as much as treaties. You think his burial is relevant to the break-in? I think nothing is buried in Westminster Abbey by accident, Watson. Every placement is deliberate, every tomb a statement. Sir Edmund was given a place of honour despite never holding formal nobility. That suggests his services to the crown were considerable. Holmes straightened, his eyes gleaming. Now, observe the lock. Watson leaned in to examine the brass mechanism. It appeared entirely intact, just as Finch had reported. "No scratches," Holmes said, running a finger along the keyhole's edge. "No fresh metal exposed, no compression marks from tools. Either our intruder had a key, or he paused dramatically. They had something better. What could be better than a key? Knowledge, Watson. Intimate, detailed knowledge of how this lock was constructed. Holmes produced a small tool from another pocket and gently probed the mechanism. This is a ward lock, common enough in the 1870s when Sir Edmund was interred, secure for its time but vulnerable to someone who understands its internal architecture. The person who opened this tomb knew exactly how many wards to bypass and in what sequence. A locksmith, Watson suggested, or someone with access to the original plans, someone who works here perhaps, or who worked here in the past. Holmes moved to examine the stone lid itself, running his hands along its edges, and here, Watson, bring your light closer. Watson raised the lantern, and in its glow, he could see what Holmes had discovered, faint scratches in the stone, barely visible, running along the edge where the lid met the tomb's base. These are recent, Holmes said. Within the last day, certainly. Made by something metal, but carefully applied to minimise damage. Our intruder was concerned with not leaving obvious evidence, but they did leave the lid displaced, Watson observed. Yes, Holmes agreed, a note of satisfaction in his voice, which suggests haste or perhaps distraction. They were careful entering but less careful departing. Fear of discovery, most likely. They heard something, or worried they might be heard, and left quickly. Holmes stood back, his eyes moving over the entire scene with that peculiar intensity Watson had witnessed 100 times before. His friend was seeing connections, drawing lines between observations that would remain invisible to ordinary minds. The geometry of this space is interesting, Holmes murmured, almost to himself. Note how this particular tomb sits in the corner, partially obscured by that supporting column. From the entrance to the crypt, you couldn't see if someone was working here. Perfect for a clandestine operation. But how did they know Sir Edmund's tomb specifically would contain whatever they were after, Watson asked. An excellent question. Either they had specific knowledge about what was buried with him, or... Holmes paused, his eyes narrowing. They placed something here themselves, at some earlier date, and have now retrieved it. The implications of that settled over Watson like a cold wind. You mean this was planned years ago? Long-term operations are not uncommon in the world of espionage, Watson. A diplomat with access to state secrets, buried in a location that would remain undisturbed for decades, makes an ideal, dead drop, as it were. Holmes smiled grimly at his own pun. Quite literally, in this case. He moved around the tomb, examining it from every angle, occasionally dropping to his knees to peer at the floor, the walls, the base of nearby tombs. Watson had learned to remain silent during these examinations, to let Holmes's mind work uninterrupted. Finally, after what felt like an age but was probably only 15 minutes, Holmes straightened and dusted off his trousers. "I believe I understand the mechanism of the crime," he announced. "The identity of the criminal, however, requires further investigation. Come, Watson. We need to interview the Abbey staff, particularly anyone who might have had access to architectural plans or historical records." They emerged from the crypt to find the waiting group looking anxious and cold. The Dean stepped forward immediately. "Well, Mr. Holmes, can you explain what happened?" "I can explain how it happened," Holmes replied. "The why and the who require more information. Tell me, Dean, who has worked here longest among your current staff?" "That would be Mr. Cornelius Blackwell, our stonemason. He's been maintaining the Abbey's fabric for nearly 30 years. I would like to speak with him. Also, I'll need access to your architectural archives. Any records concerning the construction or modification of the older crypts, particularly around the time of Sir Edmund Blackwood's interment." The Dean looked uncertain. "Those records are quite sensitive, Mr. Holmes." "Not as sensitive as having the sanctity of Westminster Abbey violated," Lestrade interjected. "Give him whatever he needs." As arrangements were made, Watson noticed Holmes staring up at the Abbey's vaulted ceiling, his expression distant. "What are you thinking?" Watson asked quietly. "I'm thinking, Watson, that we are not dealing with a simple grave robbery. The care taken, the knowledge required, the specific target. This has the hallmarks of something far more significant. Sir Edmund Blackwood kept secrets in life. It appears he kept at least one in death as well, and someone has now claimed it." "Yes," Holmes agreed, his voice soft and thoughtful. "The question is, What secret could be valuable enough to risk violating Westminster Abbey? And more pressingly, what might someone do with that secret now that they possess it? The morning light, filtering through the stained glass, painted coloured patterns on the ancient floor. The Abbey, which had stood witness to so much history, now held within itself one more mystery, one more thread in the vast tapestry of human ambition and deception. And Sherlock Holmes, standing in that pool of coloured light, was already pulling at that thread, beginning the patient work of unravelling whatever had been so carefully hidden. The game, indeed, had begun. The afternoon found Holmes and Watson in the Abbey's archive room, a dusty chamber tucked away in one of the building's many forgotten corners. The space smelled of old paper and leather bindings, that particular scent of knowledge slowly aging, becoming more precious even as it yellowed and cracked at the edges. Tall windows let in what weak sunlight London could muster, illuminating motes of dust that danced in the air like tiny spirits. The stonemason, Cornelius Blackwell, had proven to be a weathered man of 60-odd years, with hands like tree roots and eyes that had spent decades studying the minute details of stone and mortar. His interview had been illuminating in its own way. He remembered Sir Edmund's interment clearly, recalled the specific instructions for the tomb's construction, and could name every person who had been present at the sealing. But it was in the archives that Holmes had truly come alive, poring over architectural drawings with the intensity of a scholar deciphering ancient texts. Watson sat nearby, ostensibly reviewing his notes but mostly watching his friend work, marvelling as always at the peculiar genius that could find meaning in what appeared to be mundane technical specifications. The original plans show a standard ward lock installation, Holmes murmured, tracing a line on the yellowed paper before him. But there's an annotation here, in the margin. See, Watson. Watson leaned closer. The handwriting was cramped and faded, barely legible after 17 years. What does it say? Per special instruction, a secondary mechanism was installed, documented separately, signed with initials. I don't recognise. J.M.T. Holmes sat back, fingers steepled beneath his chin. A secondary mechanism. That explains a great deal, does it? Watson asked, somewhat lost. It means, my dear Watson, that Sir Edmund's tomb had two locks, not one. The visible ward lock and something else. Something that required separate documentation. Documentation that... Holmes stood abruptly and began searching through the stacks of ledgers and folders that lined the room's shelves. Should be somewhere in this archive. The search took the better part of an hour, with Holmes moving through the records with systematic precision, while Watson did his best to help without disrupting whatever organising system the Abbey maintained. The room grew dimmer as afternoon edged toward evening, and Watson was beginning to wonder if they should call for lamps when Holmes gave a soft exclamation of triumph. Here, he said, pulling a slim folder from between two larger volumes. Filed under Special Commissions 1873 to 1874. Our Sir Edmund died in October of 1873, was he not? The folder contained a handful of documents, including a detailed schematic of what appeared to be a very sophisticated locking mechanism indeed. Holmes studied it with the concentration of a safecracker planning a heist, his lips moving silently as he worked through the implications. Ingenious, he finally said. The secondary lock was internal, built into the tomb itself. It could only be opened from inside the crypt, by someone who knew its precise location, and had the correct... He pointed to a notation on the drawing. Not a key at all, but a sequence. A combination lock, essentially, disguised within the tomb's decorative elements. So whoever opened it knew not only that it existed, but exactly how to operate it. That narrows our suspect pool considerably. Holmes carefully returned the documents to their folder. This was not opportunistic theft, Watson. This was planned probably years in advance by someone with access to information that very few people would possess. They were preparing to leave, Holmes clutching the folder with the clear intention of taking it with him, despite what the Dean might think of that liberty, when a young clerk appeared at the archive room's door. "Mr. Holmes, there's a gentleman here to see you. Quite insistent, sir." Says it's a matter of national importance." Holmes and Watson exchanged glances. "Did this gentleman provide a name?" Holmes asked. "No, sir. But he did say you'd want to see him, and he's rather large, sir. I insisted on waiting in the Dean's private office." A slow smile spread across Holmes's face. "Ah, yes. I imagine he would claim the most comfortable chair available. Come, Watson. It appears my brother has decided to take an interest in our little puzzle." Watson felt his eyebrows rise. He had met Mycroft Holmes only twice before, and both occasions had left him with the distinct impression of having been studied by an intelligence that made even Sherlock seem almost ordinary by comparison. The elder Holmes brother worked somewhere in the machinery of government. Exactly where, and in what capacity, Sherlock had always been deliberately vague about. They found Mycroft precisely where the clerk had indicated, ensconced in the Dean's best leather armchair, like a particularly well-dressed Buddha. He was a larger man than his brother, not fat precisely, but substantial in the way of someone who expended all his energy mentally rather than physically. His eyes, however, were unmistakably those of a Holmes, sharp, calculating, missing nothing. "Sherlock," Mycroft said without preamble. "Dr. Watson, how fortuitous that I find you here." "Fortuitous," Sherlock replied dryly, "is not the word I would choose. When you bestir yourself from your usual haunts, brother, it generally means something unpleasant is afoot. What has Westminster's violated tomb to do with matters of state?" Mycroft's expression didn't change, but something flickered in his eyes. Approval, perhaps, or resignation. "Direct as always. Very well. The tomb of Sir Edmund Blackwood was disturbed last night. I'm told you've been investigating the mechanism of that disturbance. I'm here to inform you of its significance. I'm listening. Not here." Mycroft heaved himself out of the chair with visible effort. "The Diogenes Club. 20 minutes. Come alone, Sherlock Dr. Watson. I'm afraid this must be a private conversation." Watson felt a flash of indignation, but Holmes laid a restraining hand on his arm. "Watson is my partner in this investigation, Mycroft. Whatever you have to say, he can hear." The brothers regarded each other for a long moment, some silent communication passing between them that Watson couldn't begin to interpret. Finally Mycroft sighed. "Very well. But the doctor must understand that what I'm about to share is protected by the Official Secrets Act. Speaking of it to anyone could result in rather severe consequences." "I'm quite capable of discretion," Watson said stiffly. "Yes, I suppose you must be, given your association with my brother. Very well. The club, 20 minutes. And Sherlock, this is no ordinary case of grave robbery. What was taken from that tomb could endanger the stability of 3 governments." With that ominous pronouncement, Mycroft swept from the room with surprising grace for a man of his size, leaving Holmes and Watson staring after him. "Well," Watson said after a moment, "that's rather elevated the stakes, hasn't it?" "My brother," Holmes replied, "never involves himself in anything unless the stakes are already elevated. Come, Watson, we have 20 minutes to reach Pall Mall, and I suddenly find myself very curious about what Sir Edmund Blackwood took to his grave." The Diogenes Club occupied a dignified building on Pall Mall, distinguished mainly by being utterly indistinguishable from its neighbours. It was, Watson had learned on his previous visit, a club for men who wished to be alone together. Conversation was strictly forbidden in all rooms save the strangers' room, and members prided themselves on their ability to ignore one another completely. Mycroft maintained a permanent residence in one of the club's private rooms, a suite that combined the comfort of a well-appointed study with the efficiency of a government office. It was here that he received them, having somehow arrived ahead of them despite leaving the Abbey after they did. Watson suspected a faster cab, or perhaps some government conveyance that made better time through London's traffic. The room was warm, with a fire crackling in the grate and the curtains drawn against the evening. Mycroft had positioned himself in a chair that seemed designed to accommodate his bulk, with a small table at his elbow, bearing what appeared to be excellent brandy. "Sit," he commanded, gesturing to the chairs opposite, "and help yourselves to brandy. You'll want it." Holmes poured for himself and Watson, then settled into his chair with that coiled stillness that suggested complete attention. The suspense, Mycroft, is becoming tedious. What was buried with Sir Edmund Blackwood? Nothing, Mycroft replied. At least nothing was buried with him. Something was hidden in his tomb, but not until several months after his interment. By whom? By Sir Edmund himself, with the assistance of certain individuals within the government who shall remain nameless. You see, Sir Edmund did not die of heart failure, despite what the official records state. He was poisoned, almost certainly by agents of a foreign power, because he had acquired certain documents, copies of correspondence that revealed a rather delicate situation involving 3 nations and a disputed territory in the Balkans. Watson felt his interest sharpen. The Eastern Question, as it was called, had been a thorn in Europe's side for decades. The slow dissolution of the Ottoman Empire, creating power vacuums that Austria, Hungary, Russia and Britain all sought to fill, each for their own purposes. Sir Edmund knew he was in danger, Mycroft continued. He also knew that publishing the documents would likely trigger a diplomatic crisis, possibly even war. So he made copies, placed them in a waterproof case, and arranged for that case to be hidden in his tomb after his burial. The idea was that, if the situation in the Balkans deteriorated to a certain point, the documents could be retrieved and used as leverage. A time bomb, essentially, Holmes observed, but one that required very specific knowledge to detonate. Precisely. Only 3 people knew about the document's location: Sir Edmund, the Prime Minister at the time, and myself. And yet, Holmes said quietly, someone has now taken them. Mycroft's expression was grim. Yes, which means either there was a 4th person we didn't know about, or one of us 3 has been compromised. Since Sir Edmund is 17 years dead, and the Prime Minister died 5 years ago, that leaves you, Holmes finished. Or rather, someone with access to your files, your communications, your knowledge. The implications are troubling, Mycroft admitted. If there's a leak at my level of government, then nothing is secure. But there's another possibility, that Sir Edmund told someone else before he died, Watson suggested. More specifically, Mycroft said, turning to Watson with an appraising look, that he told his assistant, a man named James Marcus Thorpe. Those initials you found on the architectural plans, Sherlock. JMT likely belonged to him. Thorpe was Sir Edmund's right hand for 15 years, travelled with him everywhere, and knew all his secrets. Where is Thorpe now? Holmes asked. That's the interesting part. He emigrated to America in 1875, 2 years after Sir Edmund's death. Settled in Boston, became a successful merchant, never returned to England. Died 3 years ago of pneumonia, leaving behind a wife and 2 children. So not our thief, Watson concluded. Not directly, Mycroft agreed, but possibly the source of the information. Thorpe could have told someone or left records or... He paused significantly. He could have had an accomplice all along. Someone still in England who's been waiting all these years for the right moment to retrieve those documents. Holmes was on his feet, pacing now, his mind visibly working through possibilities. The documents themselves, what exactly do they contain? Correspondence between 3 foreign ministers discussing a secret protocol for dividing certain Ottoman territories. If revealed, they would demonstrate that all 3 nations have been lying to their parliaments and their people about their intentions in the region. The resulting scandal could topple governments, possibly trigger the very war that Sir Edmund hoped to prevent. And whoever has them now can use them for blackmail, Holmes said, or sell them to the highest bidder, or simply publish them and watch Europe burn. Quite so. Mycroft took a sip of his brandy. Which is why, brother, I need you to find them. Quickly, quietly, and with absolute discretion. The official investigation by Scotland Yard will continue, of course, but I need someone who understands the deeper implications. Someone who can move in circles that police inspectors cannot reach. You need me to discover who knew about the documents and had the means to retrieve them, Holmes said. A list, I imagine, includes some very prominent people. It does, and many of them will not appreciate being questioned, even by you. Mycroft's gaze was steady. This is dangerous, Sherlock. Not physically, perhaps, but politically. You'll be stepping on some very important toes. Holmes smiled, and Watson recognised the expression. Pure anticipation. My dear Mycroft, When have I ever worried about stepping on toes? Never, which is why you're perfect for this. But do try to be somewhat subtle. We can't afford an international incident on top of everything else. For the next hour, Mycroft provided details, names, dates, connections that might prove relevant. Watson took notes, though he suspected much of what was being discussed would never appear in any published account. This was the shadow world of international politics, where men like Mycroft operated according to rules that the public never saw. The conversation ranged across topics both fascinating and disturbing: the network of spies and informants that every major power maintained, the delicate balance of power that kept Europe from tearing itself apart, the secret protocols and backdoor agreements that governed diplomacy. "There's one other thing," Mycroft said as they were preparing to leave. "The timing of this theft is significant. In 3 weeks, there's to be a conference in Vienna. Representatives from all 3 nations involved in those documents, plus several others, discussing the future of the Balkans. If someone intends to use those documents to maximum effect, they'll do so at or just before that conference. Which gives us 3 weeks to find them," Holmes said. 3 weeks to find them, recover them, and do so without anyone knowing they were ever missing. If word gets out that such documents existed and have now been stolen. Mycroft shrugged expressively. Well, the resulting panic might be as bad as the document's actual publication. They stood to leave, but Mycroft stopped them with a raised hand. "One more thing. Be careful, both of you. Whoever orchestrated this theft has been patient enough to wait 17 years for their opportunity. They're not amateurs, and they won't hesitate to remove obstacles, human or otherwise." Out in the street, with the fog beginning to gather for the evening, and the gas lamps flickering to life along Pall Mall, Watson turned to Holmes. "This is rather more than we bargained for when we agreed to look into a disturbed tomb. On the contrary, Watson, this is exactly what I hoped it might be." Holmes's eyes gleamed in the lamplight. "A puzzle with real stakes, requiring every faculty I possess. Tell me honestly, would you rather we were investigating stolen jewellery or a missing lapdog?" Watson had to smile at that. "No, I suppose not. But Mycroft's warning about danger is precisely the sort of thing Mycroft says to sound impressive. We'll be fine, Watson. We always are." Holmes flagged down a passing cab. "Besides, we have advantages that whoever stole those documents doesn't realise, such as knowing what they stole. They may believe they've committed the perfect crime, but they've actually walked directly into a trap, albeit one that took 17 years to spring." Holmes climbed into the cab, Watson following. Baker Street driver, and there's an extra shilling if you can avoid the worst of the traffic. As the cab lurched into motion, Watson settled back against the seat and tried to organise his thoughts. What had begun as a curious locked-room mystery had blossomed into something far more complex: espionage, international intrigue, documents that could topple governments. "So what's our next move?" he asked. "We start with the Abbey staff," Holmes replied. "Someone had to know enough about the tomb's construction to open it. That means someone with access to archives, or with connections to Thorpe, or with knowledge that predates the actual theft. I want to know everyone who's worked at Westminster Abbey in the past 20 years, their backgrounds, their associates. That's a considerable amount of investigation, which is why we'll need help. I think it's time we brought Inspector Lestrade fully into our confidence, or at least as much of it as Mycroft's restrictions allow. And there's someone else who might prove useful." "Who?" Holmes smiled. "Langdale Pike, gossip columnist, society gadfly, and the man who knows more secrets about London's upper classes than anyone else alive. If there's been any unusual interest in Sir Edmund Blackwood or the Abbey recently, Pike will know about it." The cab rattled through London's evening streets, carrying them back toward Baker Street and whatever the night's work would bring. Watson looked out at the city passing by. Respectable facades hiding countless secrets. Lives lived in public while the truly important business happened behind closed doors. London in the 1890s was a city of layers, he thought. Surface respectability concealing depths of intrigue. And somewhere in those depths, someone sat with stolen documents that could reshape Europe's map, believing themselves safe, believing they'd gotten away with the perfect crime. They hadn't accounted for Sherlock Holmes. More pressingly, Watson reflected, they hadn't accounted for Mycroft Holmes, which was rather like planning a careful burglary and forgetting that the building had a guard. Mycroft might confine himself to an armchair in the Diogenes Club, but his reach extended into corners of government that Watson could barely imagine. Together, the Holmes brothers represented perhaps the most formidable investigative force in England. One moved through the world, gathering evidence and confronting criminals. The other sat at the centre of an invisible web, pulling strings and gathering information that most people didn't even know existed. And Watson, for better or worse, had thrown his lot in with both of them. The cab pulled up outside 221B just as the evening fog was thickening into something properly Londonian, dense, yellowish, smelling of coal smoke and the river. Mrs. Hudson had lit the lamps in the sitting room, and their warm glow beckoned welcomingly. A late supper, I think, Holmes said as they climbed the stairs, and then we begin making our lists. Every person with motive, means and opportunity. By morning, Watson, we'll have narrowed our suspects considerably. You sound very confident. I am confident. Whoever did this made one crucial mistake. They assumed that because they'd been clever about the mechanism of the theft, they'd been equally clever about everything else. But crime, Watson, is like any other performance. It's not enough to execute one part perfectly. You must be perfect throughout. And perfection is exhausting. Eventually, everyone slips. In the sitting room, Holmes immediately went to work, pulling down reference books and spreading papers across the table. Watson settled into his chair and prepared for what would likely be a long night of research and deduction. Outside, London settled into its evening rhythms. Somewhere in that vast city, a thief sat with stolen secrets, and in Baker Street 2 men prepared to hunt them down. The game was very much afoot. The morning after their meeting with Mycroft brought one of those rare London days when the fog decided to sleep in, leaving the city washed clean in pale autumn sunlight. Holmes had been awake most of the night, as Watson discovered when he arrived at Baker Street to find his friend surrounded by papers, maps, and the remains of what appeared to be several pots of coffee. "Ah, Watson," Holmes said without looking up from the document he was studying. "Excellent timing. I've compiled a list of 17 individuals who had both access to the Abbey's archives and the technical knowledge to understand those architectural plans. We'll need to investigate each of them." Watson removed his coat and settled into his customary chair, noting the dark circles under Holmes's eyes. "Have you slept at all? Sleep is a waste of time when there's work to be done. Besides, I made a breakthrough around 3 o'clock that required immediate follow-up." Holmes finally looked up, his eyes bright despite the obvious fatigue. "Tell me, Watson, what do you know about the structure of Westminster Abbey's employment?" "Very little," Watson admitted. "I imagine it's similar to any large institution, clergy, maintenance staff, administrative personnel." "Precisely. And like any institution, it has layers. The visible staff, the dean, the vergers, the obvious caretakers, but beneath them, a whole network of specialists. Stonemasons, of course, like our Mr. Blackwell, but also archivists, historians, preservation experts, people who spend their days in the Abbey's hidden corners, maintaining records that most visitors never know exist." Holmes stood and began to pace, a sure sign that his mind was working through something complex. Now, consider this. The person who stole those documents needed 3 things. First, knowledge that they existed and where they were hidden. Second, the technical ability to open a sophisticated lock without leaving evidence. Third, access to the crypt at a time when they wouldn't be observed. The night watchman makes his rounds on a predictable schedule, which anyone familiar with the Abbey would know. Finch is thorough but routine-bound. Between rounds, there are windows of opportunity. Holmes picked up one of his papers. I've mapped out his patrol pattern based on his testimony. 30-minute gaps, 4 times per night, when certain areas are unsupervised. Watson leaned forward to examine the map Holmes had drawn, a detailed layout of Westminster Abbey, with times marked in precise handwriting. So, our thief knew not just how to open the tomb, but when to do it without being caught. Exactly! Which brings us to motive. Mycroft gave us the political angle. Someone wants those documents for blackmail or to trigger a crisis, but there's another possibility we must consider, which is revenge. Holmes returned to his chair, steepling his fingers beneath his chin. Sir Edmund Blackwood was a diplomat, which means he made enemies. Powerful enemies in some cases. What if someone wanted those documents not for their political value, but to destroy Sir Edmund's reputation posthumously? To reveal that he'd been complicit in secret protocols that betrayed the very ideals he publicly championed? Watson considered this. That's rather cold-blooded, destroying a dead man's legacy. The world of international politics is nothing if not cold-blooded, and 17 years is not so long to nurse a grudge, especially if that grudge cost you everything you valued. Holmes pulled another paper from his stack. Which is why I spent several hours this morning researching Sir Edmund's career, his diplomatic postings, his negotiations, the treaties he brokered. And I found 3 instances where his negotiations resulted in significant losses for certain parties. A failed trade agreement that bankrupted several Austrian merchants. A border dispute that left a Russian nobleman's estates on the wrong side of the new boundary. A succession crisis in one of the Balkan principalities that ended with the Prince Sir Edmund had opposed taking the throne. Holmes spread these papers before Watson. Any of these could have created enemies bitter enough to wait years for revenge. The question is whether any of those enemies had connections to England, specifically to Westminster Abbey. The day that followed was one of methodical investigation, the kind of patient detective work that rarely appeared in Watson's published accounts, but formed the backbone of Holmes's methods. They began with the Abbey staff, a task that required the full cooperation of both the Dean and Inspector Lestrade. The Dean, to his credit, understood the gravity of the situation once Holmes explained, in carefully edited terms, that the theft might have implications for national security. He provided access to personnel records dating back 30 years, along with a private room where Holmes and Watson could work undisturbed. The records were meticulously kept, as befitted an institution of Westminster Abbey's stature. Each employee's file contained their date of hire, previous positions, references, and in some cases notes on their character and performance. Holmes attacked these files with systematic precision, making notes in his peculiar shorthand while Watson read through them more slowly. "Here's something," Watson said after an hour of reading. A former archivist named Edmund Price worked at the Abbey from 1870 to 1876, left to take a position at the British Museum. "Why is that significant?" Holmes asked, not looking up from his own reading. According to this note from the Dean at the time, Price had an unhealthy fascination with the Abbey's more morbid aspects, particularly the crypts and burial customs. He was apparently found after hours on several occasions in areas where he had no business being. Holmes looked up now, interest sharpening his features. Edmund Price. Was he named after Sir Edmund Blackwood, I wonder? Or is that mere coincidence? The file doesn't say. But he would have been working here during the time Sir Edmund was buried, and for several years after. Make a note of him. We'll want to know where he is now and what he's been doing for the past 15 years. Holmes returned to his files, but Watson noticed his friend's intensity had increased. They worked through lunch, which Mrs. Hudson brought to them at the Abbey in a basket, sandwiches and tea that they consumed without really tasting, their attention focused on the growing list of potential suspects. By mid-afternoon, they had narrowed the 17 names down to 8 individuals who warranted further investigation. Edmund Price was among them, along with 2 stonemasons who had worked on various Abbey repairs over the years, a former verger with unexplained gaps in his employment history, and several others whose backgrounds contained curious anomalies. The next step, Holmes announced, is to determine which of these 8 had the technical knowledge to bypass that lock, and for that we need an expert opinion. The expert proved to be a small, bird-like man named Cornelius Makepeace, who operated a locksmith shop in Southwark and enjoyed a certain reputation among those who valued discretion. Holmes had used his services before, and Makepeace greeted them with the comfortable familiarity of old acquaintances. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, what puzzle have you brought me today?" Makepeace's shop was a wonder of organised chaos, with locks and keys and mysterious mechanisms covering every surface. The smell of oil and metal hung in the air, along with something else, the particular scent of a craftsman's workspace, where skill and knowledge accumulated over decades. Holmes produced the sketches he'd made of Sir Edmund's tomb mechanism. "I need to know who could open this. Not theoretically, practically. Who in London has the skill and knowledge to defeat this specific combination of locks?" Makepeace studied the drawings for several minutes, his expression growing more impressed as he worked through the details. "This is elegant work," he finally said. "Ward lock here, combination mechanism here, and if I'm reading this correctly, a third element, a weight-sensitive trigger that would require the locks to be opened in a specific sequence." "Exactly so," Holmes confirmed. "Can you identify the maker?" "The combination mechanism is Brammer and Sons. No question. They did several commissions for government buildings in the 1870s. High security work, very specialised. Makepeace set down the drawings and removed his spectacles to clean them thoughtfully. As for who could open it, you're looking at someone with intimate knowledge of Brammer's methods, probably someone who worked for them, or trained under someone who did. How many such people exist in London? Brammer guards their secrets jealously. Maybe a dozen people in the entire country could look at this mechanism and understand how to defeat it without leaving marks, and of those, only 3 or 4 could actually do it. "Names?" Holmes asked. Makepeace hesitated. "Mr. Holmes, these are men who value their reputations. Accusing them of involvement in a theft. I'm not accusing anyone yet. I merely need to know who was capable of it." After another moment's consideration, Makepeace wrote down 4 names on a piece of paper. Holmes glanced at the list and Watson saw his expression change subtly, a slight narrowing of the eyes that suggested recognition. "You know one of these men," Watson observed. "I know of one of them. Arthur Bellingham. He was questioned in connection with a rather spectacular bank robbery 5 years ago, though nothing was ever proven. The safe had been opened without a trace of forced entry, the combination seemingly divined through some form of mechanical telepathy." Holmes pocketed the list. "Thank you, Makepeace. As always, your expertise is invaluable." Back on the street, Watson asked the obvious question. "Do you think this Bellingham is our man?" Too soon to say. But it's interesting that his name should appear in this context. We need to determine if there's any connection between Bellingham and our 8 suspects from the Abbey. Holmes flagged down a cab. "Scotland Yard driver. I believe Inspector Lestrade can help us establish whether any of these individuals have had dealings with known criminals." The afternoon at Scotland Yard proved frustrating in its own way. Lestrade was cooperative, but the Yard's records, while extensive, were not organised in a manner conducive to the kind of cross-referencing Holmes required. It took several hours to determine that none of the 8 Abbey suspects had criminal records themselves, though 2 had relatives who'd run afoul of the law in minor ways. "Nothing concrete," Lestrade said, leaning back in his chair with a sigh. "No direct connections to your locksmith or to any known criminal enterprises. Either your suspects are remarkably clean or they've been very careful, or Holmes suggested, they've been inactive until now. Remember, this theft was planned 17 years ago, at least in its essentials. Our perpetrator may have lived an entirely blameless life in the interim, waiting for the right moment." "That's a long time to wait," Watson observed, "which tells us something about their patience and their commitment to whatever goal they're pursuing. This is not an impulsive criminal, Watson. This is someone who thinks in terms of decades, not days." They were preparing to leave when a young constable appeared with a message for Lestrade. The inspector read it, frowned, and handed it to Holmes. "It's from the British Museum," Lestrade said. "In response to my inquiry about Edmund Price." Holmes scanned the message, his expression unreadable. How very interesting. Mr. Price resigned his position at the museum 6 months ago, citing health reasons. His current whereabouts are unknown, but his last known address was in Bloomsbury. "That's rather convenient," Watson said. "Disappearing just months before the theft. Indeed. Though it could also be a genuine coincidence." Holmes returned the message to Lestrade. We need to find Mr. Price. His file at the Abbey mentioned an address for him, a sister in Brighton, I believe. She may know where he's gone. The evening found them on a train to Brighton, watching the countryside darken beyond the windows as they travelled south toward the coast. Holmes was silent for most of the journey, his eyes half closed in that meditative state that Watson had learned meant his friend was organising thoughts, building theories, discarding impossibilities. Brighton station was busy with evening traffic when they arrived, and it took another half hour to locate the address from Price's file. A modest house on a quiet street not far from the sea. The salt air was sharp and clean after London's perpetual fog, and Watson found himself breathing more deeply despite the late hour. The woman who answered their knock was in her 60s, with a particular kind of tidiness that suggested either military background or domestic service in her past. Her eyes narrowed suspiciously when Holmes introduced himself and Watson. "I don't know where Edmund is," she said, before Holmes could even ask the question. "Haven't seen him in months. And if he owes money or has gotten himself into trouble, that's his concern, not mine. We're not bill collectors, Miss Price," Holmes said gently. "We're investigating a matter that occurred at Westminster Abbey, where your brother once worked. We merely hoped he might be able to provide some information about the Abbey's layout and practices." Something flickered in the woman's expression. Recognition, perhaps, or worry. The Abbey? That was years ago. Edmund hasn't worked there since I was a young woman. Nevertheless, his knowledge might prove valuable. Is there any way you might contact him, or any idea where he might be staying? Miss Price hesitated, and Watson could see her weighing options, considering loyalties. Finally she sighed. "He writes to me occasionally. The last letter came from London, about 3 weeks ago. He's been staying at a lodging house in Clerkenwell, though why he'd choose such a neighbourhood when he has perfectly good accommodations available elsewhere I couldn't say." "Do you still have the letter?" Holmes asked. "The address would be most helpful." After another moment's hesitation, Miss Price disappeared into the house and returned with an envelope. Holmes copied down the Clerkenwell address, thanked her profusely and turned to leave. "Mr. Holmes," Miss Price called after them, "my brother is not a bad man. Peculiar, yes, and perhaps too fascinated with morbid subjects for his own good, but not bad. Whatever trouble he's in, remember that." On the train back to London, Watson turned to Holmes. "Do you think he's our thief? I think he's involved somehow, but whether as perpetrator or accomplice or merely someone with knowledge that others have exploited that remains to be seen." Holmes gazed out at the darkness rushing past. "Consider the timeline, Watson. Price worked at the Abbey during Sir Edmund's burial and for 3 years after, long enough to learn about the tomb's mechanisms, possibly even to participate in the installation of that secondary lock. But then he left for the British Museum, where he worked for nearly 20 years before resigning 6 months ago, and now he's living in a Clerkenwell lodging house, which suggests either financial difficulties or a desire to remain inconspicuous." Holmes turned from the window. "Tomorrow we visit Clerkenwell, and I suspect, Watson, that we'll finally begin to get some answers." The train rattled through the darkness, carrying them back toward London, and whatever revelations tomorrow would bring. Outside, the countryside gave way to suburbs, then to the city's sprawling outskirts. Gas lamps began to appear, first scattered, then in regular rows, marking the boundaries of London's vast reach. Watson found himself thinking about Edmund Price, whoever he was. A man who'd spent decades studying the Abbey's history, its architecture, its secrets. A man who'd left comfortable employment to live in obscurity in one of London's less savoury neighbourhoods. A man whose sister defended him while clearly knowing that something was wrong. "Holmes," Watson said quietly, "what if we find that Price did steal those documents? What happens then? Then we recover the documents and turn Price over to Mycroft, who will deal with him in whatever manner the government deems appropriate. Our job is to find the truth, Watson, not to judge it. But if he's been waiting 17 years planning this, there must be a powerful reason. Revenge, you said, or ideology, or simple greed," Holmes countered. "Those documents are worth a fortune to the right buyer. Never underestimate the power of money as a motive, Watson. It's far more common than grand revenge or political philosophy." The train pulled into London Bridge Station, and they made their way through the evening crowds to find a cab. The city at night was a different creature than during the day. Darker, more secretive, full of shadows that could hide anything or nothing. Back at Baker Street, Holmes spent another hour organising his notes while Watson wrote up the day's events in his journal. The case was taking shape now, the outline of it becoming visible like a photograph developing in chemical solution. Not clear yet, but recognisable, a pattern emerging from chaos. "Tomorrow," Holmes said, finally setting aside his papers, "we'll find Edmund Price, and with him, I suspect, we'll find our answers, or at least enough answers to point us toward whoever ultimately orchestrated this theft. You don't think Price acted alone? A man who spent his career as an archivist, living modestly, suddenly executing a sophisticated heist requiring detailed technical knowledge and nerves of steel. It's possible, but unlikely. No, Watson. I think Mr. Price is a piece in someone else's game. An important piece, perhaps, but not the player moving the pieces." Watson considered this as he prepared to leave for his own lodgings. "Then who is the player?" Holmes smiled. That predatory expression that meant he was close to something, close to the moment when all the pieces would suddenly align and the picture would become clear. "That," he said, "is precisely what we're going to discover." Outside, London settled into its midnight rhythms. The respectable citizens locked their doors and banked their fires. The less respectable emerged to conduct whatever business the darkness permitted. And somewhere in Clerkenwell, if Miss Price's information was accurate, Edmund Price sat in a lodging-house room, perhaps sleeping peacefully, perhaps lying awake, wondering if his past was about to catch up with him. It was, though he couldn't know it yet. The game was accelerating now, moving toward its conclusion, and when Sherlock Holmes was playing, the conclusion was rarely in doubt, only its timing, and the exact path it would take to arrive. Watson left Baker Street with that thought, walking home through streets that gleamed damply under the gas lamps. Tomorrow would bring answers. Tomorrow would bring them closer to the truth. And the truth, as Holmes often said, was the only prize worth pursuing. Morning came to Clerkenwell with less ceremony than it came to other parts of London. Here, in this neighbourhood of watchmakers and jewellers, printers and bookbinders, the day began early and without fanfare. The streets filled with workers before the sun had properly risen, men and women hurrying to their various trades with the grim determination of those who earned their bread by the hour. Holmes and Watson arrived just as the neighbourhood was shaking off sleep, their cab threading through narrow streets that seemed to have been designed without any consideration for modern traffic. The buildings leaned toward each other like gossip-sharing secrets, their upper stories sometimes so close that residents could have shaken hands across the gap. The lodging house where Edmund Price supposedly resided was a narrow building wedged between a watchmaker's shop and a tobacconist. The front door was painted a faded green, and the windows, what Watson could see of them, were clean enough to suggest a landlady who maintained standards despite the neighbourhood's general shabbiness. "Remember," Holmes said quietly as they approached, "we're here to ask questions, not make accusations. Price may be entirely innocent, or he may be a willing participant in something larger. Either way, we need information more than we need an arrest." The landlady who answered their knock was exactly the type Watson had imagined, a stout woman in her 50s, with sharp eyes and the no-nonsense demeanour of someone who had dealt with every variety of lodger and learned to trust none of them completely. "Mr. Edmund Price," she repeated when Holmes made his inquiry. "Second floor rear room, but he's not in at present. Left about an hour ago, carrying a satchel like he meant business." "Do you know where he might have gone?" Holmes asked, producing a coin that made the landlady's expression soften slightly. "Can't say for certain, but he's been keeping odd hours lately, out at night, sleeping during the day, and he's had visitors not the sort I usually allow in my establishment, if you take my meaning." "What sort were they?" Watson asked. The landlady pocketed the coin and lowered her voice conspiratorially. "Foreign gentleman, for one. Spoke English well enough, but with an accent. Austrian, maybe, or German. Came twice last week, always in the evening, and then there was another man, English but trying to hide it under rough clothes. Had a gentleman's hands, though soft, you know, not a worker's hands." Holmes's eyes gleamed with interest. "This English gentleman, can you describe him more fully? Tall, thin, maybe 40 years old. Spoke quietly, like he was used to not being overheard. I had a nervous way about him, kept looking over his shoulder. She paused, thinking. Oh, and he had a peculiar ring on his left hand. Large thing with a red stone. Caught the light when he gestured. When did you last see this man? 3 days ago. He and Mr. Price talked for nearly 2 hours in Price's room. I could hear their voices through the floorboards. Not the words, mind you, but the tone. Argument, I'd say, or at least a heated discussion. Holmes thanked her and asked if they might examine Price's room. The landlady hesitated, but another coin settled the matter. She led them up narrow stairs that creaked with age, along a corridor that smelled of cabbage and coal smoke, to a door at the rear of the building. I'll need to be present, she said firmly. Can't have gentlemen rifling through a lodger's belongings without supervision, even if you are from Scotland Yard. Holmes hadn't claimed any such affiliation, but he didn't correct her misapprehension. The room was small and surprisingly tidy. A narrow bed occupied one wall, a washstand another, and a small table with a single chair sat beneath the window. What caught Watson's attention immediately was the bookshelf, crammed with volumes about architecture, medieval history, and the ecclesiastical buildings of England. Holmes moved through the room with his characteristic efficiency, examining everything but disturbing nothing. He peered at the books, checked beneath the bed, ran his fingers along the window-sill. Watson watched, fascinated as always by his friend's ability to extract meaning from the mundane. No personal correspondence, Holmes murmured. No letters, no diary, nothing that might indicate his current associates or intentions. Either Mr. Price is remarkably careful, or he's removed anything incriminating. There's this, Watson said, picking up a newspaper from the table. It was 3 days old, folded open to an article about the upcoming Vienna conference. Someone, presumably Price, had underlined several passages in pencil. Holmes took the paper and read the marked sections with growing interest. The conference agenda, territorial disputes, the representatives are attending. He looked up at Watson. Someone is very interested in the political implications of Balkan territories. I wonder if they know what a powder keg they're sitting on. The landlady coughed delicately. If you gentlemen are finished, I do have other responsibilities. They thanked her and returned to the street where the morning had fully established itself. The watchmaker next door was already at work, the sound of his tools tapping rhythmically through the open window. So, Watson said as they walked, Price is consorting with foreigners and nervous gentlemen. That rather suggests he's involved in something questionable. It suggests he's involved, certainly. But in what capacity? Holmes was silent for a moment, thinking. The Austrian visitor could be a potential buyer for the documents. The nervous Englishman with the expensive ring, that's more interesting. Why? Because men who wear such jewellery but disguise themselves in rough clothes are playing a role. They're gentlemen pretending to be otherwise, which means they have something to hide. Social position, perhaps, or connections they don't want known. They had walked several blocks before Holmes stopped suddenly, his attention caught by something across the street. Watson followed his gaze to a coffee house, unremarkable except for the figure visible through the window. A thin man in early middle age, sitting alone at a table with a newspaper and a cup that appeared to be long finished. That, Holmes said quietly, is Edmund Price. Watson looked again. The man seemed ordinary enough, thinning hair, spectacles, the slightly stooped posture of someone who spent their days bent over books, but there was something in the way he sat, the way his eyes occasionally darted to the door that suggested unease. How can you be certain? Watson asked. The book on the table beside his newspaper is The Architecture of Westminster Abbey, a bit too coincidental for a random Clerkenwell resident. And see how he positions himself with a clear view of both the door and the window. He's watching for someone. Should we approach him? Holmes considered. Not yet. Let's see who he's waiting for. They found a vantage point in a doorway across the street, where they could observe the coffee house without being obvious. Watson felt rather foolish lurking in doorways like characters from a penny dreadful, but he'd learned long ago that detective work involved considerable amounts of tedium, punctuated by occasional moments of revelation. 20 minutes passed. Price ordered another coffee. A clerk came and went from the shop. A woman with a basket of flowers tried to sell her wares. And then, just as Watson was beginning to think they'd made a mistake, a figure approached the coffee house with the deliberate gait of someone arriving for an appointment. The man was tall and thin, perhaps 40 years old, wearing clothes that were slightly too rough for his bearing, and on his left hand, clearly visible even at this distance, was a ring with a large red stone. The nervous gentleman, Watson breathed. Indeed. Now we'll see what business brings them together. Holmes moved from their concealment, crossing the street with Watson following. They entered the coffee house just as the newcomer sat down across from Price. The effect was immediate and dramatic. Both men looked up at Holmes's entrance, and Watson saw recognition flash across Price's face. Not of Holmes specifically, but of the type he represented. Authority, investigation, trouble. The man with the ring stood abruptly, his chair scraping loudly. For a moment Watson thought he might bolt, but Holmes raised a hand in a calming gesture. "Gentlemen, please. We're not here to cause a scene, merely to have a conversation. Mr. Edmund Price, I presume, and your companion." The man with the ring looked at Price, who had gone pale beneath his spectacles. Some silent communication passed between them. A question, perhaps, or a warning. Finally, the stranger sat back down with visible reluctance. "My name," he said in tones that suggested education despite his costume, "is not relevant to whatever inquiry you're conducting." "On the contrary," Holmes said, settling into an empty chair while Watson remained standing, blocking the most direct route to the door. "Names are always relevant. They tell us who people are, what families they belong to, what positions they hold. And I suspect your position is rather interesting given the quality of that ring you're wearing." The man's hand moved involuntarily to cover the jewellery, but it was too late. Holmes had already noted it, catalogued it, probably deduced half the man's life story from it. "I'm not obliged to speak with you," the man said. "No, indeed. But you might find it in your interest to do so. You see, we're investigating a theft from Westminster Abbey. Specifically, the theft of certain documents from the tomb of Sir Edmund Blackwood." Holmes paused, watching both men's reactions. Documents that could prove extremely valuable to the right buyer, or extremely dangerous to the wrong one. Price made a small sound, quickly suppressed. The man with the ring had gone very still, his face carefully neutral in the way of people trained in diplomacy or espionage. "I know nothing about any theft," Price said, his voice thin and unconvincing. "Really? How curious, then, that you should have resigned your position at the British Museum 6 months ago and taken up residence in Clerkenwell under somewhat mysterious circumstances. How curious that you should have been one of the few people with detailed knowledge of Westminster Abbey's crypts and their contents. How curious that the theft should occur just weeks before a major international conference dealing with precisely the territories those stolen documents concern." Each point landed like a blow, and Watson watched Price deflate with each one. The man clearly wasn't cut out for this kind of work. His face was entirely too readable, his nerves entirely too visible. I... Price began, then stopped. He looked at his companion, seeking guidance or permission, or perhaps just courage. The man with the ring sighed deeply. "My name is Arthur Whitmore. I'm a clerk in the Foreign Office, though I'd be grateful if that information didn't become public knowledge in association with this," he gestured vaguely at the situation. "And before you ask, yes, I came to Mr. Price seeking information about Westminster Abbey, but not to facilitate any theft." "Then why?" Holmes asked. Whitmore looked around the coffee house. They were alone except for the proprietor, who was pointedly not listening from behind his counter, and lowered his voice further. "Because I'm trying to prevent a catastrophe. 3 weeks ago, I discovered that someone in the Foreign Office had accessed files relating to Sir Edmund Blackwood's final diplomatic posting. Old files from the 1870s that should have been archived and forgotten. Someone was looking for information, and I suspected I knew what information specifically. The documents hidden in his tomb," Holmes said. "Yes. I'd heard rumours about them, whispers in corridors, the kind of thing that circulates among those who've been in government long enough. I didn't know if the rumours were true, but the file access suggested someone else believed they were. So I began my own investigation. Which led you to Mr. Price, Watson observed, who worked at the Abbey during the relevant period and might know whether the rumours had any foundation. Whitmore turned to Price. I approached him 3 months ago, explained my concerns, and asked if he could confirm whether such documents existed and where they might be located. Price had removed his spectacles and was cleaning them with trembling hands. I knew about the documents, he said quietly. I was there when they were hidden. James Thorpe, Sir Edmund's assistant, enlisted my help. He needed someone who understood the tomb's construction, who could modify the locking mechanism to create a hidden compartment. So you were the JMT who signed those architectural plans, Holmes said. James Marcus Thorpe couldn't do the work himself. He needed a specialist. He paid me well, Price continued, enough that I could afford better lodgings, could save money, and he swore me to secrecy, saying it was a matter of national importance. I believed him. I was young, flattered to be trusted with something so significant. And you kept the secret for 17 years, Watson said, not without admiration. I kept it until Mr. Whitmore found me, and when he explained that someone else was looking for those documents, that they might fall into the wrong hands. Price's voice trailed off. Whitmore took up the narrative. I convinced Price to help me retrieve the documents before whoever was searching for them could find them. We planned to do it quietly, return them to proper government custody where they could be destroyed or secured. But you were too late, Holmes said. Someone beat you to it. By days, Whitmore confirmed bitterly. We were going to act last weekend, but I was delayed by other duties. By the time we were ready, the tomb had already been opened and the documents taken. Holmes sat back, his fingers steepled beneath his chin. Watson recognised the posture. His friend was thinking rapidly, reassessing theories in light of this new information. Who else knew about your investigation? Holmes asked Whitmore. No one. I was extremely careful. Even my inquiries about the old files were conducted through intermediaries, requests buried among dozens of other routine document retrievals. And yet someone knew. Someone accessed those files before you did, learned what you learned and acted on that knowledge. Holmes turned to Price. The visitors your landlady mentioned, the Austrian gentleman. Who was he? Price looked miserable. I don't know. He came asking questions about the Abbey, about its crypts. Said he was a scholar researching medieval burial practices. I didn't tell him anything specific, but I may have confirmed certain details about Sir Edmund's tomb without realising the significance. When was this? 6 weeks ago, before Mr. Whitmore contacted me. I thought he was genuine, a fellow antiquarian. It wasn't until later that I realised he might have been fishing for information. Holmes stood abruptly. We need to find this Austrian. Mr. Whitmore, you said you work in the Foreign Office. Have there been any Austrian diplomats or attachés in London recently? Anyone with an academic cover who might have access to historical research? Whitmore thought for a moment. There's a cultural attaché at the Austrian embassy, Baron von Hessling. He's been in London for about 2 months, ostensibly facilitating some kind of academic exchange. But I've heard rumours. What kind of rumours? That he's not really interested in culture, that he's intelligent, using the academic posting as cover. But those are just whispers, nothing confirmed. Holmes's smile was sharp and satisfied. Baron von Hessling. Excellent. Now we're getting somewhere. He turned to both men. You're going to return to your normal activities. Say nothing about this conversation. If anyone asks, you had coffee and discussed antiquarian matters. Dr. Watson and I were never here. What are you going to do? Price asked nervously. We're going to find your Baron von Hessling, Holmes said, and we're going to discover whether he's merely a scholar with unfortunate curiosity or something far more dangerous. Outside, the morning had turned grey and threatened rain. Holmes set off at a brisk pace, Watson hurrying to keep up. Do you believe them? Watson asked. Whitmore and Price? I believe they're telling the truth as they understand it. Whether that truth is complete is another question. But the Austrian angle is interesting. Very interesting indeed. You think this Baron is our thief? I think he's connected to it. Whether as perpetrator or employer or intermediary remains to be seen. But Mycroft needs to know about this immediately. An Austrian intelligence officer searching for documents that could destabilise 3 governments? That changes everything. They found a cab and Holmes gave the driver an address in Westminster. As they rattled through the streets, Watson pondered the morning's revelations. What had seemed like a straightforward theft, if breaking into a tomb could ever be called straightforward, was revealing itself to be something far more complex. International intrigue, government corruption, documents that could topple nations. Holmes, Watson said carefully, if this Baron von Hessling has those documents, and if he represents Austrian intelligence, then this is beyond mere criminal investigation. This is espionage. Indeed, Watson, which is why we're about to do something I rarely do. Holmes's expression was grim. We're going to ask Mycroft for help. Because if we're dealing with foreign intelligence services, we're going to need resources that even I don't possess. The cab carried them toward Westminster and whatever the afternoon would bring. Behind them, in that Clerkenwell coffee house, Edmund Price and Arthur Whitmore sat in silence, 2 men who had tried to do the right thing and found themselves entangled in something far larger than they had imagined. Ahead, somewhere in London's diplomatic quarter, a baron with secrets of his own waited, unaware that Sherlock Holmes was now on his trail. The game had just become considerably more dangerous. The afternoon that followed was unlike any Watson had experienced in his years of association with Sherlock Holmes. Not because of danger, there had been more physically perilous cases, but because of the sheer complexity of the machinery that began to move once Mycroft Holmes was fully engaged. They found him not at the Diogenes Club, but at a nondescript office building in Whitehall, the kind of place that looked so deliberately ordinary that it practically announced itself as a location where secret business was conducted. A clerk who appeared to have been waiting for them led Holmes and Watson through a maze of corridors to a room where Mycroft sat behind a desk covered in papers, telegrams, and what appeared to be maps of Central Europe. "Sherlock," he said without preamble, "you've discovered something." It wasn't a question. Mycroft had that peculiar ability to read entire situations from the smallest details. The set of his brother's shoulders, the urgency of their arrival, the hour of the day. Holmes related the morning's discoveries with characteristic precision. Edmund Price's involvement, Arthur Whitmore's investigation, and most critically the appearance of Baron von Hessling. Mycroft listened without interruption, his massive frame utterly still except for his eyes, which moved between the maps on his desk and his brother's face. "Baron Friedrich von Hessling," Mycroft said when Holmes finished. "Second son of an Austrian noble family educated at Vienna and Heidelberg, fluent in 5 languages, officially a cultural attaché. Actually," he paused, selecting his words carefully, "actually rather good at his real job, which involves gathering information that the Austrian government finds useful." "He's a spy," Watson said bluntly. "That's such an ugly word, Doctor. Let's say he facilitates the flow of information in ways that serve his emperor's interests." Mycroft stood and moved to the window, his hands clasped behind his back. "If von Hessling has acquired those documents, we have a significant problem. Austria would use them to embarrass both Britain and Russia, potentially disrupting the balance of power in the Balkans. Can't you simply demand their return?" Watson asked. "Through diplomatic channels, and admit that such documents existed in the first place? Reveal that Britain was party to secret protocols that violated several public treaties?" Mycroft shook his head. The diplomatic damage from the admission might be worse than the document's publication. "No, we need to recover them quietly. And we need to know if von Hessling has already made copies or passed information to Vienna." Holmes had been examining the maps on Mycroft's desk. The Vienna conference begins in 18 days. If Austria intends to use these documents, they'll do so there, in front of all the other powers. Maximum embarrassment, maximum leverage for their territorial demands. "Precisely my assessment," Mycroft agreed. "Which gives us 18 days to find those documents, recover them, and ideally discover how von Hessling learned of their existence. Because if there's a leak in the Foreign Office there is," Holmes interrupted. "Or rather, there was careless handling of old files that allowed von Hessling or his associates to piece together enough information to go hunting. Whitmore was circumspect, but even he left traces. Someone less careful might have left a highway. Mycroft returned to his desk and began writing rapidly. I'll have von Hessling placed under surveillance. Discreet surveillance. The last thing we need is to alert him that we know what he's done. Meanwhile, Sherlock, I need you to determine how he opened that tomb, because he didn't do it himself. No, Holmes agreed. The Baron is an intelligence officer, not a locksmith. He would have hired someone, probably someone with no knowledge of what they were actually stealing. Find me a good cracksman who's done high-profile work recently and I'll wager we find von Hessling's tool. Arthur Bellingham, Watson said suddenly. Both Holmes brothers turned to look at him. The locksmith Makepeace mentioned. You said he was suspected in a bank robbery, but nothing was proven. Holmes smiled. Excellent memory, Watson. Yes, Bellingham would be exactly the sort of specialist von Hessling would need. Mycroft, can you locate him? I can know his whereabouts within the hour. Mycroft finished writing and handed the paper to a clerk who had appeared silently at the door. I'm also sending word to Inspector Lestrade. This is still officially a police investigation, and we'll need him to make any arrests. Can't have the government appear too involved in recovering documents that officially don't exist. The afternoon divided itself into two parallel investigations. Mycroft remained in Whitehall, pulling strings and gathering information through the vast network of contacts and informants that he maintained. Holmes and Watson, meanwhile, returned to the streets of London, hunting for Arthur Bellingham. The search took them first to Scotland Yard, where Lestrade greeted them with barely concealed frustration. Foreign spies and government documents, he said, pacing his small office. This was supposed to be a simple case of grave robbery. Find the thief, recover what was stolen, close the books. Now you're telling me I'm in the middle of an international incident? Welcome to the more interesting side of police work, Holmes said with a smile. Cheer up, Inspector. If we handle this correctly, you'll be the man who prevented a diplomatic crisis. That's rather better for your career than catching the occasional pickpocket. Lestrade's expression suggested he wasn't entirely convinced, but he pulled out the file on Arthur Bellingham without further complaint. Haven't seen him in months, the inspector said, flipping through papers. Last known address was in Lambeth, but that was 2 years ago. He's good at disappearing between jobs. What about associates? Watson asked. Someone must know where to find him. Bellingham works alone mostly, but there's a public house in Suffolk where he's been known to drink. The Copper Bell, near the river. If anyone knows his current whereabouts, it'll be the landlord there. The Copper Bell proved to be exactly the sort of establishment Watson expected: dark, slightly shabby, populated by men who looked like they had reasons for not wanting to be found. The landlord, a heavy-set man with the cauliflower ear of a former boxer, regarded Holmes and Watson with undisguised suspicion. "Don't know Arthur Bellingham," he said flatly. Holmes placed a sovereign on the bar. "I'm not from the police. I'm a private individual seeking to employ Mr. Bellingham's services for a legitimate purpose. All I need is a way to contact him." The landlord looked at the coin, then at Holmes's face, clearly trying to determine if this was some kind of trap. Finally, he swept the sovereign off the bar and into his pocket with practiced efficiency. "There's a warehouse on Tooley Street," he said quietly. "Number 47. Bellingham uses it sometimes when he's working on something delicate, but I never told you that." Naturally, Holmes agreed. Tooley Street ran along the south bank of the Thames, a stretch of warehouses and commercial buildings that serviced the river traffic. Number 47 was a narrow structure wedged between a rope merchant and a chandler's shop, its windows dark despite the afternoon light. "Should we wait for Lestrade?" Watson asked, eyeing the building dubiously, "and risk Bellingham bolting if he sees police?" "No, we'll conduct this interview ourselves. Besides, I merely want to talk to the man. If he's committed any crime, it was unwitting. He's a tool, Watson, not a villain." The warehouse's front door was locked, but a side entrance yielded to Holmes's lockpicks with embarrassing ease. Inside, the building smelled of dust and old timber, with that particular emptiness that came from long disuse. Except there were fresh footprints in the dust on the floor leading toward the back of the building. They followed the footprints to a small office that had been converted into a makeshift workshop. Tools lay spread across a workbench along with several locks in various states of disassembly, And sitting at the bench, so absorbed in his work that he didn't hear their approach, was a thin man of about 35 with the long, delicate fingers of a musician or a surgeon. "Mr. Bellingham," Holmes said softly. The man spun around, his hand moving towards something beneath the workbench, a weapon. Presumably, but Holmes raised both hands in a peaceful gesture. "Please, no dramatics. We're not here to arrest you. We're here to discuss a job you did recently, one involving Westminster Abbey." Bellingham's face went carefully blank, but Watson saw the flash of recognition in his eyes. He knew exactly what Holmes was talking about. "I don't know what you mean," Bellingham said, his voice steady despite the lie. "Of course you do. You're one of the few people in London with the skill to open a complex lock without leaving traces. You were hired by someone, I suspect a foreign gentleman with money to spend and no questions asked, to open a tomb in Westminster Abbey's crypt. You did the job beautifully, I must say. Even I had trouble determining how you'd managed it." Bellingham said nothing, but his posture had shifted slightly. He was calculating, Watson realised, weighing his options. "Here's what I propose," Holmes continued, moving slowly to lean against the workbench, deliberately non-threatening. "You tell me who hired you and what they took from that tomb. In exchange, I ensure that no charges are filed against you. Your name never appears in any official report. As far as the law is concerned, you were never involved. And if I refuse, then I leave, report your location to Inspector Lestrade, and you spend the next several years in prison for violating one of England's most sacred sites. The courts take a very dim view of grave robbery, Mr. Bellingham, especially when the grave in question belongs to a distinguished diplomat and sits in Westminster Abbey." The silence stretched out between them. Watson could hear the Thames lapping against the nearby wharves, the distant cry of gulls, the creak of the building settling. Finally Bellingham sighed. "What guarantee do I have that you'll keep your word? You have my word as a gentleman, which I realise may not mean much in your line of work. But consider this. I'm offering you a way out. Take it or don't, but the offer expires the moment I walk out that door." Bellingham was quiet for another long moment, then nodded slowly. "I was approached 6 weeks ago by a gentleman claiming to be a scholar. Foreign accent, Austrian or German. He said he needed access to a tomb in Westminster Abbey for academic research, showed me architectural plans, and offered me £200 to open it without leaving evidence of forced entry. £200 is rather generous for a locksmith's services," Holmes observed. "I thought so too. But he said the work needed to be absolutely invisible and that timing was critical. He wanted it done on a specific night, wanted me in and out within an hour." Bellingham shook his head. "I should have known it was dodgy. But £200, Mr. Holmes, that's a year's income for me." "What did you take from the tomb?" "I didn't take anything. That was the strange part. The gentleman said he'd retrieve the items himself later. I was just to open the tomb and leave it accessible. He gave me the exact location of a hidden compartment inside, told me precisely how to open it without triggering any alarms or security mechanisms." Watson exchanged glances with Holmes. So von Hessling had been thorough. He'd used Bellingham to open the tomb, then retrieved the documents himself later, probably the same night. Clever, and it minimised the risk of Bellingham realising what he was actually stealing. "The gentleman's name?" Holmes asked. "He called himself Schmidt." "Professor Schmidt. But I'm not fool enough to think that was his real name." Bellingham paused. "There was one thing, though. When he paid me, half up front, half after the job was done, he used a bank draft drawn on the Austrian embassy. I saw it before he caught himself and switched to cash. Tried to pretend I hadn't noticed, but I did." "Did you keep any documentation of this transaction?" Holmes asked. "Are you joking?" "The first rule of my business is never keep records. But I remember his face, if that helps, and I could probably identify him if shown a photograph." Holmes straightened. "That won't be necessary. You've been most helpful, Mr. Bellingham. Remember our agreement, you never speak of this to anyone. The job never happened, you were never hired, this conversation never took place." "Suits me fine," Bellingham said with evident relief. "I'm not eager to be known as the man who robbed Westminster Abbey." Back on the street, Watson took a deep breath of the river air, trying to clear the workshop's dusty atmosphere from his lungs. So von Hessling definitely has the documents. The question now is where he's keeping them. and whether he's already sent copies to Vienna, Holmes added. Though if he had, I suspect Mycroft would have heard about it through his own channels. The Austrians would be crowing about their acquisition, even if only in the closed circles where such crowing occurs. They found a cab and directed it back to Whitehall, where Mycroft had promised to coordinate with Lestrade on the next phase of the investigation. The afternoon was fading now, the light taking on that peculiar golden quality that came just before dusk. London was settling into its evening rhythms, shops closing, workers heading home, the city's character shifting from commercial to domestic. At Whitehall, they found both Mycroft and Lestrade waiting, along with someone Watson hadn't expected to see, Arthur Whitmore, the nervous Foreign Office clerk, looking considerably more composed than he had that morning. "Mr. Whitmore has been most helpful," Mycroft said by way of greeting. "He's provided us with information about the Austrian embassy's recent communications, along with some very interesting details about Baron von Hessling's movements over the past weeks." Whitmore nodded to Holmes and Watson. "After our conversation this morning, I thought it best to be completely forthcoming with Mr. Holmes's brother. If there's a security breach in the Foreign Office, it needs to be identified and sealed." "Very sensible," Holmes said. "And what have you learned?" Mycroft spread several papers across his desk. Von Hessling has been remarkably active lately. Multiple visits to the British Museum's reading room, ostensibly researching medieval history. Meetings with several academics, all of whom specialise in Victorian diplomacy or 19th century government archives. And, he paused significantly, 3 separate visits to a document forger in Clerkenwell. "Forger?" Watson asked. "Why would he need forgeries if he has the originals?" "Insurance," Holmes said immediately. "He's having copies made, probably multiple copies. That way, if the originals are seized, he still has leverage. Or he can sell copies to multiple buyers while keeping the originals for himself." "Precisely my thinking," Mycroft agreed. "Lestrade, this is where you come in. We need to raid that forger's shop, seize any copies von Hessling has commissioned, and determine if any have already been delivered." Lestrade, who had been listening quietly, leaned forward. "You want me to conduct a raid based on what, exactly?" "The word of a government clerk and your brother's deductions. I need evidence, Mr. Holmes, something that will hold up in court." "You'll have it," Mycroft said. "The forger, a man named Samuel Griggs, has been under surveillance for other matters. We have documentation of his illegal activities unrelated to this case. You raid his shop for those crimes, and if you happen to discover documents related to a theft from Westminster Abbey, well, that's just good police work." It was a neat bit of legal fiction, and Lestrade knew it. But he also knew that sometimes the law required a certain amount of creative interpretation to achieve justice. "When?" he asked. "Tonight," Mycroft said. "Von Hessling is attending a reception at the German embassy. He'll be occupied for hours and Griggs works late. If we move quickly, we can seize the copies and the originals before von Hessling even knows we're onto him." The plan came together with the efficiency of a military operation. Lestrade would lead the raid on Griggs' shop with a hand-picked team of constables. Holmes and Watson would accompany him to identify the stolen documents. Mycroft would maintain surveillance on von Hessling to ensure he remained at the reception. And Whitmore would stand by to provide authentication of any documents recovered. As evening settled over London, the various pieces moved into position. Lestrade assembled his team at Scotland Yard, issuing quiet instructions and ensuring everyone understood the sensitivity of the operation. Holmes checked his revolver, a precaution that made Watson automatically check his own. They had learned from experience that even supposedly simple operations could turn dangerous. Griggs' establishment was located above a stationer's shop in a part of Clerkenwell that saw little traffic after dark. The street was quiet when Lestrade's team arrived, moving with practiced silence. Holmes and Watson stayed back initially, letting the police secure the premises. The raid itself was almost anticlimactic. Griggs, caught in the act of working on some illicit document, offered no resistance when confronted by half a dozen constables. He was a small, nervous man with ink-stained fingers and the perpetually startled expression of someone who knew they were doing wrong but couldn't quite bring themselves to stop. "Samuel Griggs," Lestrade announced formally, "I'm arresting you for the crime of forgery and counterfeiting. These premises will be searched and any illegal materials seized. Griggs' workshop was a revelation: cases of different papers, racks of various inks, tools for aging documents and reproducing seals. It was the establishment of a true craftsman, albeit one whose craft was entirely criminal. Holmes moved through the space with systematic precision, examining work in progress, checking files and drawers. Watson watched him work, always impressed by his friends to filter relevant information from the mass of detail. "Here," Holmes said finally, holding up a folder. Inside were 3 documents on age paper, written in the formal diplomatic language of the 1870s. "These are copies." "Excellent copies, I must say. Griggs is very good at his work." "Where are the originals?" Lestrade demanded of Griggs. The forger's face had gone pale. "I don't know what you mean." "Those are just academic reproductions. For a scholar, perfectly legal." "The originals," Holmes said quietly, moving closer to Griggs, "were stolen from Westminster Abbey." "You've been accessory to theft from a national monument, Mr. Griggs. That carries significant prison time. But if you cooperate, if you tell us where the originals are, the court might be inclined toward leniency." Griggs looked between Holmes and Lestrade, calculation visible on his face. He was weighing the risks, trying to determine which path offered the best outcome. "The Baron has them," he finally said. "Picked them up this afternoon. Said he needed them for the reception tonight, though I can't imagine why he'd take such valuable documents to a social event." Holmes and Lestrade exchanged alarmed glances. If von Hessling had the documents at the German embassy, recovering them became exponentially more complicated. Embassy grounds were sovereign territory. British police couldn't simply raid them. "We need to contact Mycroft," Holmes said urgently. "If von Hessling intends to hand those documents over to German or Austrian officials tonight." He was interrupted by the arrival of a breathless young constable. "Inspector Lestrade." "Message from Mr. Mycroft Holmes, sir. Urgent." Lestrade took the telegram and read it, his expression darkening. "Von Hessling has left the reception, gave his excuses and departed in a cab. Mycroft's people are following, but they've lost him in traffic near the river." "He knows," Watson said. "Somehow he knows we're on to him." Holmes was already moving toward the door. "Lestrade, seal this shop and hold Griggs for questioning." "Watson, with me. We need to find von Hessling before we can leave the country or pass those documents to someone else." They emerged onto the street to find fog rolling in from the river, thick and yellow in the gaslight. London was disappearing into one of its famous pea soupers, the kind of fog that could swallow whole streets and leave people disoriented within yards of their own homes. "Where would he go?" Watson asked as they hurried toward the main thoroughfare to find a cab. "The docks," Holmes said with certainty. "If he thinks he's been compromised, he'll want to leave England as quickly as possible. There are ships departing for the continent tonight. I checked the schedules this morning. He'll try to board one of them." They found a cab whose driver was willing to brave the fog for extra payment and set off toward the docks at as fast a pace as the weather allowed. The fog grew thicker as they approached the river, reducing visibility to mere feet. The Thames itself was invisible, marked only by the mournful sound of foghorns and the lapping of water against stone. At the docks, chaos reigned. The fog had disrupted the normal routines, and ships that should have departed sat at anchor, waiting for conditions to improve. Passengers and crew members moved about like ghosts, their forms appearing and disappearing in the murk. "Split up," Holmes said. "Check the passenger ships bound for Rotterdam and Hamburg. Von Hessling will be trying to board one of them. Look for a tall, well-dressed man moving urgently, possibly carrying a leather document case." Watson nodded and moved off into the fog, his revolver a reassuring weight in his pocket. The docks were a maze even in clear weather in this fog. They were nightmarish. He passed stevedores and sailors, passengers and merchants, all of them reduced to shadows in the yellow murk. He had been searching for perhaps 10 minutes when he heard Holmes whistle their agreed-upon signal. Watson turned and moved toward the sound, nearly colliding with a stack of crates in the process. He found Holmes standing at the gangway of a ship bound for Hamburg, speaking with a harried-looking ship's officer. The officer was shaking his head emphatically. "I tell you, no one by that description has boarded," the officer insisted. "I've checked every passenger personally. We're about to be cast off as soon as this fog lifts, and I can't have stowaways." Holmes' expression was frustrated. He must be here somewhere, unless he stopped, a new thought crossing his face. "Watson, he's not trying to leave by ship. That's what he wants us to think. He's going to ground somewhere in London, waiting for us to waste time searching the docks while he makes other arrangements." It was a sobering thought that they might have been outmanoeuvred by a quarry clever enough to anticipate their moves, but before either of them could respond, a shout echoed through the fog, followed by the unmistakable sound of running feet. They turned to see Lestrade emerging from the murk, several constables behind him, and in the grip of two of those constables, struggling ineffectually, was a tall, well-dressed man with a leather document case clutched to his chest. Baron Friedrich von Hessling had been found. The arrest of Baron Friedrich von Hessling should have been the end of the affair, but as Holmes often reminded Watson, the apprehension of a criminal was merely the conclusion of one chapter, not the closing of the entire book. The full story required understanding, resolution, and in this case a certain amount of diplomatic delicacy that made the simple mechanics of crime-solving seem straightforward by comparison. They brought von Hessling not to Scotland Yard, but to that same nondescript Whitehall office, where Mycroft maintained his peculiar dominion over matters that officially didn't exist. The Baron was not handcuffed. That would have been too obvious an indignity for someone with diplomatic status, but the constables who flanked him made it clear that departure was not an option. Von Hessling himself maintained an impressive composure despite his capture. He was a man of perhaps 45, with the bearing of minor nobility and the sharp eyes of someone accustomed to reading situations quickly. When he was seated in Mycroft's office, he smoothed his coat with deliberate care and fixed his captors with a look that suggested he was merely indulging their temporary inconvenience. "Gentlemen," he said in accented but excellent English, "I believe there has been some misunderstanding. I am a cultural attaché to the Austrian embassy, and as such I enjoy certain diplomatic protections. Whatever you believe I have done, I assure you—" "We know exactly what you've done," Mycroft interrupted, his massive form settled behind the desk like a Buddha, contemplating an insect. "You orchestrated the theft of documents from Westminster Abbey, documents that were the property of Her Majesty's government, hidden in circumstances that involved national security. You employed a locksmith to open the tomb, commissioned forgeries to create copies, and were attempting to leave England with materials that could damage diplomatic relations across Europe." Von Hessling's expression didn't change, but Watson saw the slight tightening around his eyes. He was calculating, trying to determine how much they actually knew versus how much they were guessing. "I know nothing of any theft," he said smoothly. "If documents were taken from Westminster Abbey, it is regrettable, but I had no involvement. Perhaps you should direct your inquiries toward the Abbey's own staff, who would have far better access than a foreign diplomat." Holmes, who had been standing by the window watching the fog swirl through the London streets, turned with a slight smile. "An admirable attempt at misdirection, Baron. But we have Arthur Bellingham's testimony about the foreign gentleman who hired him. We have Samuel Griggs's statement about the copies you commissioned. We have documented evidence of your visits to the British Museum and your research into Sir Edmund Blackwood's diplomatic career. And," he nodded to Mycroft, "we have the documents themselves, recovered from the luggage you left at the German embassy before you fled." That struck home. Von Hessling's composure cracked slightly, a flash of anger crossing his face before he mastered it. "Your people went through my belongings at the embassy. That is a violation of diplomatic protocol. My government will protest most strongly." "Your government," Mycroft said calmly, "will do no such thing, because if they protest, we will be forced to explain publicly why we searched your belongings, and that explanation would involve admitting that an Austrian diplomat was engaged in espionage on British soil. I suspect Vienna would prefer to avoid that particular embarrassment." The silence that followed was heavy with implications. Von Hessling sat very still, his mind clearly working through the possibilities, the outcomes, the various paths this could take. He was, Watson realised, trying to negotiate his way out of an impossible situation. "What do you want?" Von Hessling finally asked, his voice stripped of its earlier confidence. Information, Holmes said, moving to sit across from the Baron. We want to know how you learned about those documents, who told you they existed and where they were hidden, because that knowledge was restricted to a very small circle of people, most of whom are now dead. Von Hessling laughed, but there was no humour in it. And if I provide this information, what then? You release me and allow me to return to Vienna with my reputation intact? We allow you to leave England quietly, Mycroft said. No charges filed, no public scandal. You return to Vienna and inform your superiors that the operation failed, that the British government recovered the documents before they could be exploited. Your career may suffer, but you'll avoid prison and international disgrace. And if I refuse, then we charge you with theft, espionage, and violation of a national monument. Your diplomatic immunity will be challenged in court, and given the evidence against you, I suspect the courts will rule that such immunity does not extend to theft of state documents. You'll spend the next several years in a British prison, and your name will be associated with one of the most spectacular diplomatic failures in recent Austrian history. Von Hessling's face had gone pale. He was trapped, and he knew it. The only question was whether his loyalty to Austria or his sense of self-preservation would prove stronger. Minutes passed in silence. Outside, the fog had thickened further, turning the windows into blank grey surfaces. London had disappeared into that peculiar netherworld it sometimes inhabited, where the city became a ghost of itself, all sound muffled and all distance uncertain. There was a woman, von Hessling finally said, his voice quiet and defeated. An Englishwoman living in Vienna. She approached me 2 years ago with information about Sir Edmund Blackwood and his final diplomatic posting. She claimed to have documents, letters from her father, who had been Sir Edmund's colleague, that referred to materials hidden in his tomb. Her name? Holmes asked. Catherine Thorpe, daughter of James Marcus Thorpe, Sir Edmund's former assistant. Watson saw Holmes and Mycroft exchange glances. Thorpe, the man who had helped Edmund Price install the hidden compartment, who had emigrated to America and supposedly died 3 years ago. You said she was living in Vienna? Mycroft asked. She married an Austrian merchant 15 years ago, has lived in Vienna ever since. She approached me through intermediaries, offering the information in exchange for money. A great deal of money, enough to settle her late husband's debts and maintain her lifestyle. Her late husband? Holmes leaned forward. When did he die? Last year. Heart failure, I believe. Left her with considerable financial difficulties. Von Hessling's expression was bitter. She was quite desperate, actually. Willing to betray her country's secrets for enough money to maintain her house in the Ringstrasse. Holmes stood and began to pace, his mind clearly working through this new information. So, Catherine Thorpe learned about the documents from her father, either before he died or through papers he left behind. She approached you, knowing that Austria would have interest in materials that could embarrass Britain and Russia. You paid her, used her information to locate and steal the documents, and planned to present them to Vienna as a diplomatic triumph. Something like that, von Hessling admitted. Though I suspect Vienna would have preferred to use the information for quiet leverage rather than public revelation. The threat of exposure is often more useful than actual exposure. Blackmail, in other words, Watson said with distaste. Diplomacy, Dr. Watson. The words we choose matter, even if the underlying reality is the same. Mycroft had been making notes throughout this conversation, his pen scratching across paper with steady rhythm. This Catherine Thorpe, is she still in Vienna? As far as I know, I paid her half the agreed amount when she provided the information, with the remainder to be paid once I successfully retrieved the documents. She'll be rather disappointed to learn that won't be happening. I suspect her disappointment will be the least of her concerns, Mycroft said. Selling state secrets, even as a private citizen, is treason. We'll be issuing a warrant for her arrest and requesting extradition from the Austrian government. Von Hessling shrugged. That is between you and Vienna. I've told you what you wanted to know. Now, I believe we had an agreement. We did, Mycroft confirmed. You'll be escorted to the Austrian embassy tonight and given 24 hours to settle your affairs. After that, you'll leave England and not return. Any attempt to re-enter British territory will result in immediate arrest and prosecution. Is that clear? perfectly von Hessling stood, some of his earlier dignity returning. Though I must say this entire affair has been most disappointing. Those documents could have reshaped the political landscape of Europe. Instead, they'll disappear back into whatever vault you keep such inconvenient truths in, and nothing will change. Change, when it comes to international relations, is rarely an unmixed blessing, Mycroft observed. Sometimes stability, even stability built on convenient fictions, serves everyone's interests better than dramatic revelations. After von Hessling was escorted out by Lestrade's men, the remaining occupants of the office sat in silence for a moment. The fog pressed against the windows like something trying to get in, and the gas lamps hissed softly in their fixtures. Catherine Thorpe. Holmes finally said, "The daughter is selling her father's secrets. There's something almost Shakespearean about it." "There's something mercenary about it," Watson corrected. "Using information that could trigger a war just to pay off debts." "Desperate people do desperate things," Mycroft said, his voice unusually gentle, though that doesn't excuse her actions. "I'll coordinate with our people in Vienna to have her located and brought back to England for trial. Quietly, of course. No need to make this public." "Of course not," Holmes said, with a trace of irony. "Can't have anyone knowing that state secrets were hidden in tombs and nearly sold to foreign powers. Much better to pretend none of this happened. Mock if you wish, Sherlock. But that's how the world actually works. Grand gestures and public revelations make for good stories, but they rarely serve the interest of anyone involved." Mycroft gathered his papers and stood with visible effort. "The documents will be destroyed. Von Hessling will leave England. Catherine Thorpe will face justice, and Westminster Abbey will have its sanctity restored. All in all, a satisfactory resolution." "Except for Edmund Price and Arthur Whitmore," Watson pointed out. "They tried to do the right thing, and ended up caught in the middle of an intelligence operation." "They'll be fine," Mycroft assured him. "Price will receive a quiet pension, payment for his discretion and his assistance. Whitmore will be commended for bringing a security breach to our attention, though again, quietly. Both will be instructed to never speak of this matter, and I believe both will comply." Holmes had moved back to the window, staring out at the fog-shrouded city. And Sir Edmund Blackwood? His tomb violated, his secrets exposed after 17 years of successfully keeping them hidden. "Will be resealed properly," Mycroft said. "The Abbey has already been informed that the investigation is concluded and that repairs can begin. Within a week, it will be as if nothing ever happened." "Except that we'll all know it did," Watson said quietly. "Yes," Mycroft agreed. "We'll know. And that knowledge will serve as a reminder that secrets, no matter how carefully buried, have a way of working themselves free. The question is always whether they emerge in controllable ways or catastrophic ones." The following morning brought clearer skies to London, the fog having burned off during the night to reveal a city washed clean and almost cheerful in pale autumn sunlight. Holmes and Watson returned to Westminster Abbey at the Dean's request, ostensibly to provide a final report on the investigation, but really Watson suspected to see the tomb properly sealed once more. The Dean met them in his office, looking considerably more relaxed than he had during their previous meetings. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, I've received word from the government that the matter has been resolved satisfactorily. The items stolen have been recovered, and the perpetrator has been dealt with." "Quite so," Holmes confirmed. "You'll have no further trouble, Dean. The tomb can be resealed, and I recommend some additional security measures for the crypts generally. Nothing obvious, but enough to deter any future attempts at unauthorized access. I'll see to it." The Dean paused, then asked the question Watson had been expecting. "What was taken, Mr. Holmes? What could possibly be valuable enough to risk violating Westminster Abbey?" "Papers," Holmes said simply. "Old diplomatic correspondence. Nothing that need concern you further, Dean. The government has retrieved them and will handle the matter from here." It was, Watson reflected, the truth presented in a way that revealed nothing. The Dean seemed satisfied, or at least willing to accept that some questions were better left unasked. They descended to the crypt one final time, accompanied by Cornelius Blackwell, the elderly stonemason who would oversee the tomb's repairs. The space looked different in daylight filtering down from the upper levels, less mysterious, more simply old. The weight of history remained, but the sense of immediate danger had dissipated. Sir Edmund Blackwood's tomb sat as they had first seen it, the lid still slightly displaced. Blackwell examined it with professional interest, running his gnarled hands over the stone and metal. "Fine work, this," he said appreciatively. "Whoever opened it knew what they were about. But we'll seal it proper now, with modern methods to supplement the old. Won't be opened again in your lifetime or mine, I'll wager." Holmes stood before the tomb, his expression thoughtful. "Tell me, Mr. Blackwell, in all your years maintaining this abbey, have you encountered other tombs with unusual features, secret compartments, hidden mechanisms?" Blackwell smiled, showing teeth yellowed by age and tobacco. "Westminster Abbey has stood for centuries, Mr. Holmes. Every generation adds its secrets to the ones that came before. I've learned not to ask too many questions about what I find in my work. Some things are meant to stay hidden. A wise philosophy," Holmes agreed, though occasionally, as we've discovered, hidden things have a way of demanding to be found. They watched as Blackwell and his assistants began the work of resealing the tomb. It was slow, careful work, the kind that couldn't be rushed. New mortar was mixed, the lid carefully positioned and secured, the lock mechanism inspected and reinforced. Within hours, Sir Edmund Blackwood would rest undisturbed once more, his secrets safe, his tomb inviolate. Watson found himself thinking about the man who had lain here for 17 years, unknowing that his final service to the Crown had been to hide documents that could have changed Europe's map. Had Sir Edmund known, when he arranged for those papers to be concealed in his tomb, that they might lie there for decades? Had he imagined the chain of events that would eventually lead to their discovery and recovery? "He was a patriot," Holmes said quietly, apparently following Watson's thoughts. "Sir Edmund, dying of poison administered by foreign agents, yet still thinking of England's interests above his own safety, arranging for those documents to be hidden where they might serve as insurance against future crises. And his assistant, Thorpe, honoured that trust by helping to conceal them," Watson added, "only to have his own daughter betray it for money. Such is the way of the world, Watson. Every generation faces the same temptations, makes the same choices between loyalty and self-interest. Sometimes loyalty wins, sometimes it doesn't." They climbed back up from the crypt, leaving Blackwell to his work. The Abbey's main floor was beginning to fill with visitors, tourists and worshippers, historians and curious seekers, all drawn to this place where England's story was written in stone and stained glass. "It's remarkable, really," Watson observed, looking up at the soaring nave. "All these people passing through, seeing the monuments and the memorials, never knowing the secrets hidden beneath their feet, the intrigues, the espionage, the documents that could topple governments." "That's rather the point of secrets," Holmes said with a slight smile. "If everyone knew them, they wouldn't be secret. Westminster Abbey serves as England's memory, but like all memories, it's selective. We remember what we choose to remember and forget what's too dangerous or too inconvenient to keep in mind." They emerged into the autumn sunshine, and Watson took a deep breath of air that tasted of coal smoke and the river, the familiar scent of London. Around them the city continued its endless rhythm, cabs rattling past, vendors calling their wares, the great pulse of a life that never stopped, never paused, never acknowledged the dramas that played out in its shadows. "What will you do now?" Watson asked as they walked toward the street. "With the case concluded and the villains dealt with, I imagine you'll be looking for new distractions." "Oh, I expect London will provide something," Holmes said cheerfully. "It always does. The city is an endless source of puzzles, Watson. Crimes and mysteries, secrets and lies. As long as humans interact, there will be work for a consulting detective." They found a cab and directed it toward Baker Street, where Mrs. Hudson would no doubt have lunch waiting, and where Holmes could return to his usual routine of alternating between brilliant investigations and stupefying boredom. "You should write this up," Holmes said as they rode through the streets. "The Adventure of the Sealed Crypt. It has all the elements your readers seem to enjoy. Locked rooms, international intrigue, a satisfying resolution. "I'll have to disguise certain details," Watson warned. "The government won't want the true story published." "Then exercise your literary imagination. Change names, alter dates, obscure the political specifics while keeping the essential truth. You're quite good at that, actually, making my work seem more dramatic than it really is." Watson smiled at that. "Your work is dramatic, Holmes. You merely fail to appreciate it because it comes naturally to you." The cab carried them through London's familiar streets, past shops and offices, churches and theatres, all the varied life of the greatest city in the world. Somewhere in that vast urban landscape, other crimes were being committed, other mysteries were unfolding, other secrets were being buried that would someday demand to be unearthed. But for today at least, Westminster Abbey could rest peacefully. The dead could sleep undisturbed. The secrets were secure once more. In Vienna, Catherine Thorpe would soon be receiving visitors from the British government, her brief career as a seller of secrets coming to an abrupt end. In Austria, Baron von Hessling would be explaining to his superiors why an operation 2 years in the planning had ended in complete failure. In Clerkenwell, Edmund Price would be contemplating a comfortable retirement, funded by government gratitude for his silence, and in Baker Street, Sherlock Holmes would return to his chemical experiments and his monographs, his violin and his pipe, waiting for the next impossible problem that only he could solve. The fog would return tomorrow, as it always did. London would wake to grey skies and the smell of coal fires. Life would continue in its endless complexity, creating new puzzles, new challenges, new opportunities for those brave or foolish enough to seek them out. Watson settled back in his seat and watched the city pass by, already composing the opening lines of the story in his mind. The morning came to Westminster Abbey the way it always did in autumn, reluctantly, as if the sun itself had to be coaxed from beneath its blankets. No, that wouldn't do. Too literary for his usual style. It was a grey morning in October when the night watchman of Westminster Abbey made a discovery that would lead to one of Mr. Sherlock Holmes's most delicate cases. Better, more direct. Though he'd have to change the month, perhaps make it spring instead of autumn, and the watchman's name Finch was too distinctive. He'd call him something more common. Smith, perhaps, or Jones. The details could be adjusted later. For now, the important thing was that the story had ended well. Justice had been served, if not in public courts, then in the quiet ways that governments preferred. The guilty had been punished, the innocent protected, and England's secrets remained secure for another generation. As Baker Street came into view, familiar and welcoming, Watson felt a deep sense of satisfaction. This was what they did, he and Holmes. They found truths in the darkness, brought order to chaos, solved the puzzles that kept ordinary people awake at night. And if those truths sometimes had to be hidden again, if that order had to be maintained through necessary fictions, if the solutions couldn't always be shared with the public, well, that was the price of living in a complicated world. Westminster Abbey would endure as it had endured for centuries. Its stones would hold their secrets, its crypts would guard their dead, and somewhere in its records, filed away where few would ever see it, a brief notation would record that in the autumn of 1890, a tomb was disturbed and then resealed. The matter concluded to everyone's satisfaction. No mention of documents or diplomacy, espionage or international intrigue. Just a simple record of a problem solved, and perhaps, Watson thought, as the cab pulled up before 221B, that was exactly as it should be. Some stories were meant to be told, published in the Strand magazine for all to read and marvel at. Others were meant to be kept quiet, shared only among those who needed to know, preserved in memory rather than ink. This story, he decided, would be both. The public version would entertain and intrigue, with enough truth to be compelling and enough fiction to protect the sensitive details, and the private version would remain in his journal, locked away until time rendered it harmless, when all the players had passed into history and the secrets they'd fought over had lost their power to wound. For now, though, there was lunch to be had and an afternoon to be enjoyed. The case was closed, London was safe, and Sherlock Holmes had once again proven that no mystery was truly insoluble, no lock truly unpickable, no secret truly permanent. The Abbey slept again, peaceful in its ancient dignity. And that was enough. That's our story tonight. Are you drifting off under the glowing skyline of Dubai, the snowy hush of Helsinki, the lantern-lit charm of Kyoto, or the ocean breeze of Lisbon? If this tale brought you peace, like the episode and subscribe for more nights like this. Let the stillness wrap around you. Let your dreams drift far. Sleep gently now, wherever you are in this wide and wondrous world.